को मीठे बोल दिए, नादरों को इल्म के मोती आका ने अनमोल दिए। बब जहालत बंद किया और ज़हनों के दर खोल दिए।
Jazakallah. I welcome the control examiner, Ms. Shafat. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here. My name is Maria Mujtaba, and I, on the behalf of Federal Board, Intermediate and Secondary Education, welcome you all in this event. Federal Board translates its vision by adopting proactive approach to ensure progress in all domains for all students. It is a feeling of a great honor that the Federal Board has taken huge strength to organize academic activities. Today, we are celebrating 5th event, that is English speech competition at SSC and HSSC level with the school affiliated with the Federal Board. I would like to request Director Research and Academics, Mr. Mirza Ali, to come and enlighten the participants and worthy audience with his precious words.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Very respected teachers, honorable judges, dear students, Assalamu alaikum. At the very outset, I would like to welcome all of you to this function. You know that it is a tradition of the Federal Board that we, apart from the main responsibilities of holding exams at SSC and HSSC levels, also provide opportunities to the students to exhibit their multifaceted talents here at the Federal Board. In this regard, we have already conducted 4 activities: the Qirat competition, Naat competition, and the competition for Milli Naghma, as well as Urdu speech contests. And one thing that I have been very persistently mentioning in each and every function is that it is the participation in such activities which is important. Winning or losing of such events is of a secondary level. Foremost and important thing is the competition in such activities. And the students as well as the teachers, you are aware that we did away very recently with the outdated rote learning system of examination. And now we are testing the students on the basis of student learning outcomes given in the curriculums. Are you aware of the student learning outcomes, all of you? Okay, great. So there are 2 parts of the curriculum. One is the obvious part, the written part, and the second one is the hidden part. Now such activities, such co-curricular activities, they are part of the hidden curriculum of your respective levels and classes. We are also conducting, previously the name for the scientific activities, it was science exhibition. Now we have converted it into STEM activities. And it is a value addition to the the activities which we are already undertaking, the STEM activities. In those activities, the main focus is on the gamification of science. And the second aspect is robotics. Previous year, we also spotted certain robots which were very much, new. The concepts, they were new in those robots. So we try to provide opportunities, and we also, by the way, let me mention it, we also conducted very recently a map reading competition for the students, very recently. A month ago or 15 days ago. It was a very successful event. And after these events, Ma'am Fatma, who is Director of Registration and also in charge of the sports section, she will also be holding certain activities for the female students in the embroidery, field of embroidery and paintings and all other related competitions. So it is in keeping with the tradition of the Federal Board, we are trying our level best to provide you with opportunities to sharpen your co-curricular skills and other related activities. Thank you very much. Once again, I would like to welcome you all to this function. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. How lovely is the day, so does the eminence and aura surrounding. Soon the color of this merriment is unfold and will transport us to another world. Ladies and gentlemen, before calling the participant on the stage, let me introduce you to the worthy jury. We have Dr. Faisal Arif, Assistant Professor. We have Professor Riaz Anjum, and we have Dr. Maqsood Ahmed. A very warm welcome and thank you so much for being here. Now, I would like to call Professor Riaz Anjum to share the parameter of speech competition. Sir.
Assalamu alaikum to all the participants and the board officials. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the administration of the Federal Board to conduct this competition at such a level. And it's really, as Mirasab has said, the greatest service which the board is extending to all the education institutions besides their primary task of conducting the examination. In this competition, the parameter of adjudicating that must be already, some of the audience may be familiar with it. And we would judge the participants and the speakers on 4 basic parameters. That is, first of all, the content or the subject matter that would be assessed. And definitely there must be the basic, principles of ethics that should be, kept in mind in that regard. Then comes the presentation, because in a speech, presentation or the intonation and other things, they are of paramount importance. Then, of course, is pronunciation, which is also very important. And the last and the very important is that is the impact on audience. That is also one of the parameters. We would also see the response of the audience, that a speaker, to what extent he or she has appealed to the audience. So these are the parameters. Best of luck. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. The assigned topic for English speech at SSC level is, if you want the moon, don't hide from the night. While the topic for HSSC speech competition is, there is no time like the present. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the first speaker from SSC level. I would like to call Muhammad Usman Aga to break the ice.
Victory without hard work is just a dream. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. If you want success, don't hesitate, but ready to face difficulties. Respected Chief Guest, Honorable President, and dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. It's a fundamental fact. If you want moon, do not hide from night. Honorable President, achievement and attainment, fame and flying, winning and worth, glad and glee, eager and endure, hope and happiness are all indeed fabulous and fantastic. But it also true that you have to face several trials and various challenges. Honorable President, as moon and night are reciprocal, similarly success and sangs are indispensable. Honorable President, Justice Amir Ali stated in the history of Saracens that for the success of Islam, Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, faced much difficulties. His feet were filled with blood that time. He was forced to move from his native city Makkah to Medina. Filth was thrown on him. But dear audience, the Prophet of Mercy faced all these trials with grace and dignity. And at last, he got success. And victory of Makkah is a big token. Honorable President, yes, if you want moon, do not hide from night. This small statement has an ample thought in it. The universal message of Rumi has another perusal that if you want rose, do not run from thorn. Yes, it covers a complete school of thought, set of ideas, set of values, set of moral and morality, set of idea and ideology, set of theory and theology. Honorable President, struggle, difficulties, challenges give a solid foundation in life. It's true that if you want peace, be prepared for war. Through preparation, you will become more and more stronger. I would even say that for success, difficulties are not just important, rather, they are essential. They are like master keys to open the rusty doors. Honorable President, great people take the beats as an experience with the hope that they can act much better in future, and indeed they do. The wind blows through the windows of our heart and open the door of our soul. Honorable Sir, in this perspective, allow me to say, oh wind, drive my dead thoughts over the universe. If winter comes, can spring be far behind? Yes, if difficulties come, it means the happy time will also come. But we have to show patience, tolerance, and compassion. Honorable President, we should never blame anyone in life, neither night nor darkness, neither good nor bad. Yes, good people give us happiness, while bad people give us bad people give us experience. So both are important, both are perusal, and both are significant. Honorable President, moreover, do not hide from night, because if we hide from difficulties, it means without ourselves, without our abilities, without our patience, without our talent, and without our commitments. Honorable President, if I ask you a question, can we forget success? Your answer, no. Can we forget struggle? Your answer, no. Can we forget success? Your answer, no. Thank you, my Lord.
Well done. Dear candidates, it's a live transmission. You're requested to use the either side to approach the stage. Thank you. I would like to call Zahra Tariq to share her thoughts.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the most clement, the most benign, from whom the entire blessings flow, the Honorable Mr. President, worthy audience, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. Mr. President, let me begin with Rumi's complete quote. If you want the moon, do not hide from the night. If you want a rose, do not run from thorns. If you want love, do not hide from yourself. Mr. President, Rumi's quote is metaphorical yet philosophical. It's simple to understand yet deep to comprehend. It touches one's soul and in essence encompasses life and leadership lessons. To put it simplistically, it revolves around the process from conception of an idea to unfold and unravel in the heart and soul. To swim, one has to dive in the pool. To ride, one has to be on a horseback. And to achieve a purpose or a cause, one has to struggle, take risks, and be ready to sacrifice. Mr. President, in an uncertain, volatile, complex, complex and ambiguous world that we live in. It commands us to be vulnerable and take risks. From the perspective of leadership, number one trait of a leader is being honest and authentic. This trait is underpinned by embracing oneself, taking risks, and encountering barricades. Success will only come our way if we strive and overcome challenges. Allow me to clear my point of view with the words of Les Brown. Quote, "If you set goals and go after them with all your determination, you can master. Your gifts will take you places that will amaze you." Unquote. Mr. President, all the technological innovations, discoveries, and advancements of the modern day world have been achieved through exhaustive research, patience, commitment, and venturing into uncharted waters. Let me underscore that if we want something we never had, then we have to be committed of doing what we have never done before. History is replete with examples of great revolutionary leaders who were persistent in their struggle amidst daunting challenges. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is undoubtedly the greatest of all. He was not only successful in a religious sense, but also established the Riyasat-e-Medina. Tariq bin Ziyad in the Iberian Peninsula, Salahuddin Ayyubi in the Middle East, and Muhammad bin Qasim in the subcontinent were all great leaders who were successful in the conquest. In 20th century, Nelson Mandela broke the shackles of apartheid. And yes, how can we forget our great leader, Mr. Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah? Stanley Woolpert pays tribute to Quaid-e-Azam in these words: "Few individuals significantly altered the course of history. Fewer still modified the map of the world. Hardly anyone can be credited with creating a nation state. Muhammad Ali Jinnah did all three." Mr. President, the stimulus for struggle lies in a cause or a purpose. In this vein, let me contextualize Rumi's beautiful quote and relate it with the creation of our motherland, Pakistan. The idea of Pakistan was the moon, and decades of struggles involving risks and sacrifices was metaphorically the night that was traversed. Our forefathers left no stone unturned to see the moon blossom and shine on the horizon of global stage. Had it not been the courage to take on challenges, we wouldn't have been independent. In the end, let me conclude that consistent struggle, no matter how tough and unfavorable circumstances are, is the pinnacle to success. I'll end my speech on the beautiful verses of Allama Muhammad Iqbal. "Tundiye baade mukhalif se na ghabra-e uqab, tundiye baade mukhalif se na ghabra-e uqab, ye to chalti hai tujhe uncha udane ke liye." Thank you so much.
Dear participants, please maintain the distance from the mic. The puff of air causes the distortion. I hope I'm pretty clear. I would like to call Aliza Ahmed to share her thoughts.
You were born with potential. You were born with goodness and trust. You were born with ideals and dreams. You were born with wings. You are not meant for crawling, so don't. You have wings. Learn to use them and fly. Mr. President, dear audience, respected chief guest, and my fellows, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I'll grab your attention towards my topic. If you want a moon, don't hide from the night. If I try to define this proverb in simple words, it describes the struggles of life. Life is not just a bed of roses. It is full of hardships, challenges, and adventures. And as you know, that every rose has thorns too. Dear audience, we are born with power, talent, and confidence, which when nurtured become our strength. It is all about what we want to achieve. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, Allah had subdued for you all that is in the skies and on the land. Means Allah has empowered you to explore the universe, the tops of the mountains, the depth of the vast oceans, flights into the heights of the skies, on the land, on the moon, in the darkness, Venus or Mars. Do you think that these are easy? No, Mr. President, no. It is not as simple as it seems. If someone didn't dare to dive into the river, he couldn't learn swimming. If someone didn't dare to entrust himself into the blowing wind, he couldn't learn to fly high in the sky. If you are not ready to face your failure, then you can't get success. These are just your fears and limiting beliefs which stop us from achieving our full potential. Are you ready to dare? Are you ready to face your fears and soar high in the skies of aspiration? Always remember, you are brave than you believe, stronger than you've seen, smarter than you think, and beautiful than you imagined. But all of this will be proved when you get through difficulties, hardships, hurdles. So overcome your fears and achieve your goal easily. Mr. President, when the Arab society was in its first phase and civilization had started crumbling and standing on the verge of the chaos, it was a struggle of our greatest leader, the King of Kings, the Savior of humanity, our beloved Prophet, Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who brought the society to the heights of the virtue. And when I read the efforts of Qaid, then I realized that success is the fruit of difficulties. When I see Dr. Abdul Qadir Khan working day and night to make our country atomic power, then I realize that moon is in front of you. And the night is difficulty like a rock on the road. So put it away from your way and continue. Success, dear audience, success. Stand up and face it. Jump high and catch it. Do effort and gain it. Don't be afraid and touch it. Show your hidden power and don't let the world be thinking that you are weak. Success is not accident. It is perseverance, hard working, learning, studying, and most of all, love of what you are doing or learning to do. If you want success, you have to run after your dreams like a lion runs after a deer. You have to attack your goals like your life depends on it. Believe in yourself. You will be unstoppable by the storm. Surround yourself with those who are hungry for success, and then be hopeful to get the best from the worst. In the darkest hour of the night, when the silence prevails around me, heartbeat races and I begin to sweat. Heart recalls her words and those irreversible mistakes. Hands over the ears trying to stop those tones. Society reaching inside. That pain which increases as I breath. And the sweet voice of soul comes that everything will be all right. Maybe not now, but for sure. Certainly, the best rises from the worst. Thank you.
The next participant I would like to invite is Musfira Jawad. Musfira.
Mr. President, respected chief guest, dear audience, honorable teachers, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. The topic I'm here to throw light is, if you want the moon, don't hide from the night. In this proverb, Rumi is trying to explain that if you want to achieve success or want to achieve your goal, don't be disappointed by certain hardships because they are the part of your life. The success you achieved is worthless if you don't get it by facing unfavorable conditions or difficult circumstances. It is often noted that the people who live under the shadows of death brings a mellow sweetness to everything they do. And as the poet says, Mr. President and dear audience, when all the sky is very black and all the earth is blue and all the fiends are on your track howling after you, hold on for that. Do what you can, nor prove a craven elf. For heaven never helped a man until he helps himself. And when Your fondest hopes are dead, and the fate has ceased to smile. Then it pays to lift your head and just hold on for a while. Mr. President, it is often noted that they conducted various studies to determine the impact of circumstances on people's life. And they revealed that the people under intense pressure in their lives learn how to respond to the challenges of life. The people who have faced the hardships are able to encourage and inspire others who find themselves in unbearable circumstances. The great events in life sprung from the worst background, and the best and the greatest personalities rise from the worst environment. Dear audience, the greatest revolution brought by the greatest personality, our beloved Prophet, Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He totally changed people's life, their customs, their traditions, converting an uncivilized society into the most dignified nations with his efforts and strong determination. Dear audience, success is a measure, a milestone that one gets after continued effort. Success in that way could be destination or an ultimate point of achievement set by anyone. And when that set point is crossed, the goal is set to be accomplished and success is thereby achieved. In the words of Winston Churchill, success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. So, you must believe in yourself and never give up. Remember, the only way we fail is if we give up. Every time we fail, we come one step closer to our success. Dear audience, you are not scared, you are courageous. You are not weak, you are powerful. You are not ordinary, you are remarkable. The fire burning inside you is mighty. It is waiting to burn bright. You all are meant to do great things. Dear audience, success is my main point. A real success is one which makes a mark in life without smearing others. Excellence without effort is as futile as progress without preparation. Success, like happiness, more than a destination, it is a venture. More than an achievement, it is an attitude. So you must alter your attitude and you will change your life. So, Mr. President, success is something we all share, just like the oxygen in the air. The way we live is up to us, with a negative or with a plus. Success is something we should cherish. Never know when we will perish. Success is something we have to earn. Choice is yours. Redeem your turn. Follow your passion and you will be fine. With the right attitude, you will shine. Thank you very much.
I would like to call Haris Hassan to share his view. Haris Hassan.
Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Sir Winston Churchill said, and I quote, "Success is not final, failure is not fatal, but it is the courage to continue that counts." My name is Syed Haris Hassan and I am here to represent Bahriya College Zafar Campus, Islamabad. First of all, I would like to ask you a question. What is success? Just a fruit without looking at its labor, just the achievement without considering its architecture, just a flower without considering its growth. I want to ask you, what is success? How to achieve it? Well, this reminds me of one of the Jalaluddin Rumi's quote, "If you want the moon, do not hide from the night." And this is also what I'm going to present today. Jeff Keller said, and I quote, "Success is a state of mind. If you want success, start thinking of yourself as a success." Success. Let's throw some light on the life of Jeff Keller. He strived for success, left his job, and found solace in the world of motivation. He was not afraid to lose his own self because he had a destiny to accomplish. Everyone wants to become successful. One is told to work hard in order to achieve success. Working hard has helped people in the past for achieving success. History is witness that people who work hard eventually got their success and many other extra accomplishments. Consider Abraham Lincoln, who faced his fears and eventually became victorious. The dignity, honor, respect, and progress all were the fruit of toil plucked upon the kingmakers. I want to ask you, what is success? How can you expect success if you don't even go through the process? And if you want success, the process definitely comes from hard work. As Shakespeare said, and I quote, "Let me embrace thee, sore adversity, for the wise man said it is the wisest course." Success is much more than riches, power, or fame. Success is simply the feeling of satisfaction and happiness one gets from doing a specific job in life or doing a certain activity. If you want to succeed in life, you should remember one thing. You should never give up until the aim of happiness is fulfilled in your life. As the ancient philosopher Seneca said, and I quote, "Brave men rejoice in adversity, just as brave soldiers triumph in war." Success does not give the feeling of happiness, but it gives the confidence to feel happy about yourself. As the iconic basketball player once said, "If you want to succeed in life, I can accept failure, but I cannot accept not trying." So, as humans, we need to have tolerism and optimism to see good in every object of nature. We need to have commitment to see good in every object of nature. We need to do everything with our full force. If you want to succeed in life, you need to work for it. Work extremely hard for it until you get the every last bit of it. Before concluding my speech, I just want to say that do not give up. In the end, I would just like to remember you that if you want to succeed in life, you should try. History has witnessed that all great people that have succeeded eventually face their fears and failures to become successful. Failure is not the opposite of success. It is the part of success. Thank you for your precious time.
I would like to call Jawad Sadiqi to deliver this speech.
The secret for success in life is to fall 7 times and to get up the 8th time. Do not ever judge a person by his success. Judge him by how many times he fell down and got up again. This is how most of the great people have attained their greatest success, just one step beyond their greatest failure. Honorable jury, respected audience, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Jawad Siddiq and I'm here to represent Behria College Zafar campus. Today, the topic of my speech is, if you want the moon, do not hide from the night. Success. Success is not something which is achieved in a day or night. It takes time. If a person wants fast results, that will only lead to despair, but a steady effort over years transforms one's whole life. This is how most successful people have attained their greatest success, just one step beyond their greatest failure. Success is not something which is achieved in a day or night. It takes time. If a person wants fast results, that will only lead to despair, but a steady effort over years transforms one's whole life. This is Yes. We all are aware of the most successful people. Here we have some points to ponder that why they are called successful and how they gain success, and included their names in the list of successful people. So, the answer to this question is their life's action, their habits, their daily activities in which they take part in. The people who struggle, no matter how much difficulties they face, but their unlimited enthusiasms give them the power to cross the obstacles, and they move forward every time. When a person is willing to do something, he or she will achieve success with enough determination and hard work. We all know the famous English theoretical physicist Stephen Hawking. He said, disability need not to be an obstacle to success. Although Hawking was diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, despite of all those difficulties he faced, he never stopped progressing. Because he had urge to gain knowledge. So, my respected audience, success is not presented in a silver plate. So, if you want success, work hard and do not afraid of hardships, because they are there to make you prepare for success. Thank you.
I would like to call Mubashira Hussain, and I request Ms. Iman Bhatt to queue up in front of the stage for her turn. And it's a humble request to all candidates, please don't highlight your institute name. Thank you.
Unless the Lord builds the house, those who build it labor in vain. Unless the Lord watches over the city, the watchman stays awake in vain. As you all have seen, all the budding orators here have been hammering one caution into our heads. You cannot have the moon hide from night. I am in full support of the verdict. Moon is the queen of sky, and if you want to capture that luminosity, you will have to grope the way through pitch dark sky. If you want to surmount the highest peak, you must have the courage to climb up the mountain. Every step will be heavier, but every step will raise you higher than before. As there is no rose without thorns, there is no royal road to success. Mr. President, we all know that each one of us have gone through sick and sin before reaching the pinnacle of success. There is the track of tribulation and tireless struggle behind every success story. My dear fellows, crucial times test your mettle if you want to be higher than others, if you want to stand out in the mob. It is through courage to take the bull by the horn that you can do so. Look at the triumph of King Bruce, the revolution of Luther King, the miracle of Mao Zedong. They did not hide from night. They captured the moon. They achieved their destination. They reached their goal. Those who evade challenges of life, those who succumb to critical circumstances, stop short and end up abortively. Fortune knocks at every door, but only the brave answers the knock. Future belongs to the brave. The brave Muslims of India could not enjoy freedom until they stood for their right to rule their land and their people. If we look at our own history, Liaquat Ali Khan, in his address to the American Assembly, said, "Liberty does not descend on a people. A people must raise themselves to the level of liberty. Similarly, if we look at the history of America, where blacks were accursed with racial discrimination, but they would never have won against racial discrimination if Luther King had not charged them with the courage to stand and stay against the odds. Mr. President, today's topic is well chosen as it discloses the secret of success in life. It prepares us mentally for the challenges of life that we will have to confront on every front of life. It also leaves us with a message that even moon is not out of your reach, only if ready for prerequisite, that is strenuous struggle. Moving forward requires courage, advancing calls for conviction, and marching ahead demands motivation. If these are not there, the dream of achieving something big will win like a caprice, like a blow of wind, like a bubble of water, like a wave of ocean. Nothing permanent, nothing reliable, nothing tangible, and nothing endurable. At times we see many of us do not dare to step forward due to some self-created fears. For example, fear of failure, fear of opposition, fear of tradition, fear of people, fear of bad luck, fear of lack of resources, and what not. And ultimately, what happened to the end of days that were left confused along the pendulum of circumstances marked with failure, shame, and disrespect? Langston Hughes writes in his poem, "Life for me ain't been no crystal stair. It's had tacks in it and splinters and boards torn up and places with no carpet on the floor bare." So quit the comfort zone and have the courage to advance, to keep the flag flying. At the end, I'd assert that failures dropped not only when want moon but hide from night. I thank you all.
Well done. I would like to call Iman Butt. No, she's not here. Isha Iman. And I will request Talia Gohar to queue up in front of the stage for your turn, please.
who has blessed us with numerous of qualities and capacities of head and heart. And it's not a small wonder that he has created us as a human being and then set before us two paths. One is of Rahman, the path leading toward his mercy. Another is of Satan, the path of evil and humiliation. The path of Rahman is filled with hardships and challenges, but takes man ultimately to the dimensions of success and divine bliss. If you want to follow what God has said is right, the path is full of hurdles, but divine will strengthen your might. Never lose your hope. Always hold them tight. If you want the moon, do not hide from the night. If you want the moon, do not hide from the night. Yes, sir, it is the very topic on which I am going to express my views. Honorable judges, reverend teachers, and sparkling star of the future, Assalamu alaikum. Respected sir, God has created the man after embedding an instinct in him, the instinct of curiosity and discovery. Right from the time of a birth, a child is curious to learn everything around him or her. After the period of infancy, when a baby starts crawling and later standing and walking, he falls again and again, and at times he gets hurt. This is the very initial stage when life teaches him to face obstacles and overwhelm the hurdles. Sir, right from this period till his death, man struggled hard and hard to achieve different milestones in his journey of life. This journey of life is not always smooth. Here come bumps and winding paths with no idea of direction. But if a man works hard to achieve different milestones, Allah Almighty surely blesses with His divine help and give him success much more in magnitude than the struggle of a person. As W.E. Hickson says, if at first you don't succeed, try again, then your courage should appear, for if you will persevere, you will conquer, never fear. Try again. try again. Before talking about many things, sir, I would like to hold my argument on yours and mine's beloved Prophet ﷺ, who, when starting preaching the message of Allah Almighty, faced hardships, challenges, pains at extreme level, but continued his mission. And at the period of just 23 years, Islam reached to every nook and corner of the world. And so, how can I neglect those memorable words of our Holy Prophet ﷺ, which he said to his uncle when he was threatened by disbelievers of Makkah? He said, "My dear uncle, if they put the sun on my right hand and the moon on my left, even then I shall not abandon the proclamation of oneness of Allah. I shall set up a true faith upon the earth or perish in this attempt." Respected dear audience, all the great men in the annals of history like Nelson Mandela, Abdul Star Idi, and like them hundreds of other names whom 20th century had witnessed were once simple and ordinary people like you and me. What made them great? Undoubtedly, those hardships and challenges they faced toward the destiny. Respected sir, C.S. Lewis says, hardships often prepare ordinary person for extraordinary destiny. I would like to quote here those remarkable words of Ernest Hemingway, who is one of the great literarians, said, "But a man is not made to be defeated. A man can be destroyed, but not defeated." In the end, I just want to sum up that if you really want to shoot for the moon and land amongst the stars, you have to make your courage invincible, determination irresistible, confidence unshakable, and endurance immeasurable. It is then we as a nation will stand strong amongst the leading nation of the world. Thank you and have a nice day.
The greater the obstacles, the more glory in overcoming it. What an expression. I would like to call Talia Gohar to share her view, and I will request Alize Sajid to queue up in front of the stage for her turn.
Honorable President, respected teachers, and all dear students, Assalamu alaikum. Life is strange with its twist and turn, as every one of us sometimes learn. Don't give up though the pace seems slow. You may succeed with another blow. Honorable President, our life is full of moments of joy, pleasure, and success, but we cannot ignore the miseries, defeats, failures, and problems. To get these moments of joy, we have to face the miseries of life. As we all know, there is no moon without night, no roses without thorns, no sunrise without sunset, no stars without darkness, no success without failure, no flowers without rain, and no life without challenges. So, if you want the moon, do not hide from the night. Respected President, the strongest people we have known are those who faced failures, defeat, and loss, but have found their way out of the depth. From strongest emperors and kings who reigned the world to famous scientists who made marvelous inventions. From famous philosophers and poets who changed our perspective of life to warriors and soldiers who defended us on the battlefield. None of them succeeded without facing the challenges. So, if you want the moon, do not hide from the night. Respected audience, it was the dream of Iqbal. It was the politics of Quaid-e-Azam. It was the efforts of Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. It was the struggle of our forefathers which made Pakistan and proclaims that if you want the moon, do not hide from the night. All the famous names are not formed overnight. Who knew that a boy who did not speak until 4 will win Nobel Prize and become Albert Einstein? A painter who struggled all his life will become Vincent van Gogh. A girl rejected by 12 publishers will become J.K. Rowling. A young man who was cut from his basketball team will become Michael Jordan. A boy who was told that he lacked creativity will become Walt Disney. A Harvard dropout student will become Bill Gates. A boy born with rare condition will become Ghanem al-Mufta. If all these people had stopped at failure, then the world would not have been filled with their greatness. Respected President, let the audience know, our Muslim history is also full of such personalities who faced challenges with courage and conquered the world. From Khalid bin Walid to Tariq bin Ziyad, from Harun al-Rashid to Mahmud Ghaznavi, from Salahuddin Ayyubi to Zahiruddin Babar, and from Tipu Sultan to Muhammad bin Qasim. Announce loudly and proclaims proudly, if you want the moon, do not hide from the night. In Surah Al-Baqarah, Allah says, certainly, we shall test you with fear, hunger, loss in wealth, lives, and fruits, and give good tidings to the patient. Those who, when afflicted with calamity, say, truly to Allah we belong, and truly to Him shall we return. It is those who will be awarded thanks and mercy from their Lord. Mr. President, it was the courage of Musa, bravery of Ibrahim, sacrifice of Isa, patience of Ayub, and tolerance of a Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, which proved that if you want the moon, do not hide from the night. Respected President and dear audience, we do not grow when things are easy. We grow when we face challenges. Failure is not the end of our story, it is the start of our comeback. If failure was an end, then there would be no greats in this world. We have to acknowledge the alchemy of life, that no matter what challenges or problems comes our way, never lose hope, because it is the difficult road that often leads to beautiful destinations. As it's rightly said, what does everyone get it right the first time? This is unfortunately a difficult climb. However, for those who just won't lose hope, success will throw down a life-saving rope. Work hard, work smart, and you will succeed. Follow the rest of the world, take lead. Thank you for your patience. Allah Hafiz.
Well done. I would like to call Aliza Sajid, and I will request Ms. Washam Abid to queue up on the line, please, for your turn.
If you want the moon, do not hide from the night. If you want a rose, do not run from the thorns. If you want love, do not hide from yourself. Starting with the name of Allah, the most beneficent and the most merciful. Assalamu alaikum. And I wish all of you a very blessed morning. Before I begin, I would like to thank the respected audience, honorable judges, and guests for allowing me to have this platform to share my thoughts and opinions today. My visionary listeners, it stood on the brink of a cliff, looking down at the ocean where death waited with open jaws. The blood was gushing rapidly through the veins of a paralyzed body, and in the uncertainty of making a move, it was given a push down in the ocean, and in the longing to survive, it flapped its wings swiftly, imbued all of its strength in the limbs, and bravo! Soon the fallen creature was higher and became a soaring eagle in the sky. We're the audience. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever faced any fears in your life? Did you? Or have you ever felt paralyzed by the fear of failure even though you had all the competencies to succeed? This is what Rumi has said, that if a person wants to achieve something, whether it's as small as a rose or as huge as the moon, he must overcome the fears that set him back. My avid listeners, let me tell you that the greatest fear lives right in the point before action. It is the most terrifying place to be, and it's insane that people choose to remain in that place. We're the audience. As soon as you take the first step, you are moving away from the fear, not towards it. As soon as you take the first step, you are leaving that fear behind. The more you face, the more powerful you become. The more you challenge yourself, the more opportunities of winning you get. As the poem by Rick Carter says, to take the first step is a frightening thing. To face the unknown, the uncertainty it brings. But like the child who is tired of the crawl, the first step is the most important of all. After accomplishing the first step, it is necessary to be patient. Worthy audience, it is inevitable that you will fail at least once and encounter many roadblocks while pursuing an ambitious aim. It is a step in the procedure. Respected judges, the first woman to conquer Mount Everest, Samina Khayal Beg, attempted to climb a 7-kilometer peak but failed due to adverse weather conditions. Neil Armstrong, the first man to set foot on the moon, had crashed numerous aircrafts. Winston Churchill, former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, had lost 5 elections, 3 in a row before he achieved ministry. Remember, if it were easy, it would not be an achievement. As Winston Churchill has said, and I quote, Success is stumbling from failure to failure with no loss of enthusiasm. Worthy audience, there are affluent people in today's world who can simply get what they want by using unethical tactics such as nepotism. Others must toil and exhaust themselves in order to get what they need. What is the difference between the two? The former category has no idea what it's like to labor night and day to sow seeds of hard work and adversity in order to reap the abundant fruits of success. I'd like to quote Good Timber by Douglas Malik. The tree that never had to fight for sun and sky and air and light, but stood out in the open plain and always got its share of rain. Never became a forest king, but lived and died a scrubby thing. Although it is necessary to be ambitious, one must not become overeager. Rome was not built in a day. Confucius did not become a scholar overnight, and success is never achieved immediately. Worthy audience, in conclusion, success can only be achieved after all of your blood, sweat, and tears have been expended. Focus on yourself and avoid comparing yourselves to others, because the grass is always greener on the other side of the meadow. Not all grass grows at the same pace, and not everyone can succeed at the same time. And remember, growth is never linear, it's cynical. I'd like to conclude my speech with the following words. The soul of the sluggard craves and gets nothing, while the soul of the diligent is richly supplied. Thank you. This was Aliza Sajid.
I would like to call Washam Abid to share her views. And please, Mohammed Moiz, queue up for your turn. Mohammed Moiz.
Question.
We always hear people say, aim for the moon, so that if you miss, you may land among the stars. I have never quite understood that thing. People work all their lives, some to achieve their dreams, some to support their families, and some just for the sake of it. They always believe that playing safe is the best way to win in life. Respected judges, worthy opponents, honorable guests, faculty members, and my dear audience, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning to one and everyone present here. I am Washam Abid, and today, standing here, I feel highly privileged to radiate forth my views on the motion. If you want the moon, do not hide from the night. This motion is actually a famous quotation said by Maulana Jalaluddin Rumi. The main idea that Rumi conveys through this very quote is that of success.
She says that success is not a small and easy thing to achieve. It is something much more and greater than riches, power, or fame. Success is simply the feeling of satisfaction and happiness one gets from leading a particular way of life or carrying out a particular activity. Success is perhaps the most desired feeling that every one of us want to achieve in the pursuit of goals and also in day-to-day life. The yardstick of success varies from people to people. The success story of an individual begins from the moment of birth, and the very existence of every human in this world bears an element of success. The first and most important factor to become successful in life is hard work. It is indeed the major key to success. According to a famous saying in Winston Churchill's words, success is not final, failure is not fatal, it is the courage to continue that counts. It is almost impossible to go through life without experiencing some kind of failure. But the wonderful thing about failure is that it is entirely up to us how we look at it. We can choose to see failure as the end of the world or proof of just how inadequate we are. Or we can see failure as the wonderful learning experience that it often is. Failing at something can help us find unexpected motivation to succeed in life. Often, valuable insights come only after a failure. Accepting and learning from those insights is the key to succeeding in life. Our quote, that if you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, keep moving forward. Now, I will cite George Washington or Robert the Bruce as examples of people who faced hardships and won. But why should I turn to them when the entire history of our Ummah is filled with such great examples? Let's take Umar ibn al-Khattab radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, who is glorified as the second Khalifa and as a brave and fierce man. Then we have Khalid ibn Walid radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, who was a sword from among the swords of Allah. They all made a name for themselves and spread Islam throughout the world. But I so minuscule that they just destroyed it? No, it was their courage and their faith. I will recite a few verses from a poem. Crestfallen be the weakest of men, there is no certain future then, lest they gather their courage when entering into the lion's den. Thus, it is best to believe that only by going through struggles and hardships can a person ever achieve true greatness. So, I say unto you, should you want for the moon, you shan't be afraid of facing the night. As an ending quote, if the night is dark and cold, your feet to the ground you hold. Should your legs give away, your hands shouldn't sway. Thank you.
I would like to call Muhammad Moizul Islam to share his thought and request Elsa Khan to queue up for her turn.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. If you want the moon, do not hide from the night. If you want a rose, do not hide from the thorns. If you want love, do not hide from the self. Mr. President, teachers, judges, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. Very beautiful metaphorical words from Rumi are my topic for the speech. Mr. President, a man's life is full of challenges and struggles. If we see all successful men in the world, we see their dedication, preservation all through their career. We see how many hardships they have been facing since they set themselves for the great cause. All of the messengers of Allah, peace be upon all of them, led their respective life full of obstacles on their way. But their faith and belief in Allah was so strong that hurdles on their way could not do anything to them. The holy life of Hazrat Muhammad Mustafa sallallahu alaihi wasallam is in front of us. It has never been a bed of roses, but full of thorns. He faced a lot of challenges on his way. The Makkans started to put pressure upon the beloved uncle of the last prophet of Allah. They came to him and stressed on him to stop their nephew from ridiculing their idols and spreading of Islam. Hazrat Abu Talib came to his beloved nephew. When he came to him and explained the situation to him, he said, "Oh, my uncle, even if they give the sun to my right hand and the moon to my left hand, I will never abandon this religion nor stop communicating it to people. Either Allah Ta'ala will spread this religion all over the world and my duty is completed, or I will sacrifice my life on this path." On this, Hazrat Abu Talib said to his beloved nephew, "Oh, my brother's son, proceed on your way, do what you want. I will protect you as long as I am alive." The Holy Prophet continued his struggle to spread Tawheed and the righteous faith. And at the time of Fatah Mubin, verses from Allah Almighty were revealed to him, and these divine words were on his sacred tongue. وَقُلْ جَاءَ الْحَقُّ وَزَهْقَ الْبَاطِلِ إِنَّ الْبَاطِلَ كَانَ زَهُوقًا. Respected President, if we want to succeed in life, we must not hide from the difficulties the life gives us. We can learn it from the successful leaders of our time. Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, the greatest political leader of the 20th century, is the greatest example of all time. Despite of all the obstacles and difficulties on his way, he was able to carve out a new Muslim state for the Muslims of the subcontinent on the map of the world. He was not only able to defeat his falling health, but also the staunch internal and external enemies. Dear fellows, we have examples in every field of life. We see many self-made men in our human history. At present, we have Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Walt Disney. All of these are successful businessmen who started from zero but moved towards the moon, neglecting the nights on their way. Many of them still, there are hundreds of shining stars on the planet Earth. Just we need to see the struggle in making our life convenient. Many of them had passed away centuries back, but they cannot be forgotten because of their untiring efforts. Archimedes, Pythagoras, Einstein, Newton, Charles Darwin, Thomas Edison, Nikola Tesla, Galileo, Al-Kindi, Al-Razi, Al-Farabi, Ibn Sina, Ibn Battuta, Umar Khayyam. Dear fellows, at the end, I would just like to say that whatever situation we face, we have to show patience and perseverance to complete our task. Our determination and strong belief in Allah is the only key to success. Thank you very much.
Well done. Obstacles are those frightful things you see when you take your eyes off to your goals. Now, I would like to call Ilsa Khan and request Zain Raza to queue up for his turn.
If you want the moon, don't hide from the night. If you want a rose, don't run away from the thorns. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all are having a fantastic day. It's an honor to be here in front of you today, and the topic under discussion is a beautiful and a thought-provoking line by Rumi. If you want the moon, don't hide from the night. Before I move ahead, let me ask you a question. What do you think is the best possible reason for people to stop chasing their dreams? Have you figured it out? What is stopping you from achieving great things? If you haven't, please allow me to tell it to you that it's you. It's you who thinks you're going to fail. But actually, it's not like that. Respected audience, Napoleon Hill says, and I quote, "Our own limitations are the ones we set up in our own mind." I end quote. Thereby today I'm here before you to talk about why most of the people usually fail to reach their goals and why people usually give up just after their one setback. Dear friends, you must have observed most of the people usually give up after their first knock, but you have to sweat purposely in order to achieve greater things. If you're in search of the moon, you will have to find it at night. My dear friend, running from the night will not serve the purpose. What I believe that if you want something you never had, you must be willing to do something you have never done. Remember, success comes with sacrifices. Yes, with sacrifices, you can't just play your first bet and win the game. It takes hard work and most importantly, perseverance to be successful in winning any game. There goes an old saying, and I quote, "To be a champion, fight one more round." I unquote. So only tireless pursuits can create winners. History is sprinkled with such instances where success was never granted in a silver platter. People had to go through mills of suffering in order to achieve their destiny. Bitter as these hardships may seem to be, yet they had behind their ugly appearance a valuable experience and a successful lesson which was unrevealed only sometimes later. Therefore, always remember, when failure seems extremely overpowering and life seems bleak, one must have to remember that there are even the surer signs of success in the future. Respected audience, the darkest hour is just before the dawn. Struggle, challenges, and hardships offer you much more value than any other time in your life. History bears witnesses of thousands of great souls who suffer to an unimaginable extent during their life. They're the very souls who led the world in the end. Be they countries, societies, or individuals, none could have gained the cherished objectives without the pain or struggle. Let them be philosophers, scientists, social activists, reformers, administrators, technocrats, artists, or sport persons. All must have gone through their hard times before they reach the pinnacle of success. Take the example of Qaid, whose strong resolution to fight a prolonged war against British colonization made it possible for us to breathe in a free and independent state. Abraham Lincoln, the 16th president of superpower from America, the son of a woodcutter, failed numerous times before he attained the highest office in the land. Thomas Edison failed 10,000 times, yes, 10,000 times before perfecting the bulb. And above all, our beloved Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam had to run through adverse situations to lead the mankind to the light of faith, but the hurdles and obstacles could not deviate him even a single inch from his path. Respected audience, the human soul transcends and rises above the mundane forms of life after going through hard times. So always remember, Shakespeare says, and I quote, "Sweet are the uses of adversity," I unquote. So the adverse circumstances are the blessing in disguise as they strengthen and refine our character. No moment of struggle marred by loss or grief shall ever be greater than the wide belief that every challenge has a reason to come, for each heart is tailored to never succumb. So I would like to conclude my speech by asking you, what are you waiting for? You can do it. Go and conquer the world. I thank you all.
I would like to invite Zain Raza to deliver his speech and request Hamna Khan to queue up for the next.
When things go wrong, as it sometimes will, when the road you are charging seems all uphill, when the funds are low and your debts are high, and you want to smile, but you have to sigh, when care is pressing you down a bit, rest if you must, but don't you quit. Worthy audience, Assalamu Alaikum. Today the topic on which I am going to dilate upon is, if you want the moon, don't hide from the night. Ladies and gentlemen, although night triggers anxiety as it is associated with darkness, fear, and the unknown, yet the promise of dawn it brings with it makes us confidently face adversity. Yes, night, which is widely feared and despised, is dark and full of terrors. The thick night is long and never finds the day. Yet, respected audience, the clouds of despair, the mountains of difficulties will be surmounted only if we believe in ourselves and create our own miracles. Well, there's a common myth about success that being successful is almost impossible. According to a research study, 97% people did not even know that achieving success was in their own hands. They would blame luck, fate, or social status. The other 3% took the initiative, but quit too soon. My dear friends, people erroneously believe that to be successful, one needs to have a good family background and abundant financial resources. We need to come out of this illusion. Mark it, Mr. President, a study of over 500 successful people of all times suggests that more than 90% of them were raised in disadvantaged classes of the society, and they made success out of literally nothing. Well, interestingly, this group of people includes great leaders like Allama Iqbal, Mother Teresa, as well as business tycoons like Mr. Honda of Honda Motor Company, Javed Tariq Khan of Hynun Laboratories. We all need to staunchly keep it in mind that man is not the creature of circumstances. Circumstances are the creatures of men. And here I am reminded of Napoleon Bonaparte, who said, "Circumstances? What are circumstances? I make circumstances." Let me give you an example of Anthony Robbins, a self-paid, multi-billionaire success coach and author, was asked to leave home when he was in high school. This changed his life forever. Instead of blaming his family for the rest of his life, he decided to take charge of his life without any financial resources. He started educating himself and became an ultimate success coach. Now he serves as a personal coach of many celebrities, including presidents of many countries. Another noticeable example is of Abraham Lincoln, who did not have money to go to school. Instead of blaming luck, he started borrowing books from his neighborhood. In return, he would do small errands for them. You know what? He passed the law examination and became a lawyer, and finally the President of America. So my dear comrades, men are great only if they're determined to be so. Mr. President, it is worth mentioning here that the one quality that all successful people have is the ability to take on responsibility. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, Nelson Mandela, Bill Gates of Microsoft, and all successful people took responsibility of their lives and refused to accept the status quo, because you win only if you aren't afraid to lose. I would wrap up my argument by quoting Bernard Shaw, who said, "You see things, you say, why? But I dream of things that never were, and I say, why not?" Believe me, all of us have a tremendous potential to be masters of our destiny, and we are ready to dream things that never were and say, why not? Thank you.
Well done. I will request Hamna Khan to come on the stage to deliver her speech, and request Zainab Zari to queue up for her turn. Zainab.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Starting with the name of Allah, who is the most beneficent and the most merciful. I am Hamna Khan. Today, I have been given a stimulating topic, and that is, if you want the moon, do not hide from the night. Once, Maulana Jalaluddin Muhammad Rumi said, if you want the moon, do not hide from the night. If you want a rose, do not run away from thorns. And if you want love, do not hide from yourself. The moon means the dreams and the goals that you have in your life. They can dramatically increase the efficiency of one's daily life and lead to a successful life. It is not easy to conquer the dreams. People have to face so many hurdles to reach their goals. The obstacles may be material or emotional, who knows, but both are dangerous. Do not hide from the night. According to Maulana Rumi, the darkness of night is an obstacle.
The fear of night is the real casualty of life. Due to this fear, people die before their real death. The fear snatches the happiness and the joy of achieving the goals. There are no ideas, no dreams, and no potential in front of the fear. So, fear not. Fear not, otherwise fear will imprison you, keeping you so far away from your wishes, dreams, and goals. Be strong, persistent, and courageous if you have a direction towards a bright future. God has created this universe for a man. On the other hand, man is granted such a spirit by God which makes him curious to know about the mysteries of the universe. It is the first duty of man to conquer the universe, and only his aims and ambitions can make it possible. Don't be afraid of fears. They are not there to scare you. They are there to let you know that something worth it. Say yes when the others say no. Courage is to keep going while others quit. Courage is to keep climbing the ladder of success while others are standing down and watching you. You may achieve a lot of great things while trying to do your first if you do not achieve your original goal. The world we live in is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And there's a need to be vulnerable and take risks. It takes courage to look different. It takes courage to go where you have never gone before. It takes courage to win. It takes courage to be successful. It takes courage to be wise, because people talk about the people who win. So if you win, they'll definitely talk about you. Remember one thing, night is the fear which overrides our intelligence. Fear plays havoc with other qualities of life. Hence, I want to clear that we often fail to recognize the impact of fear. And that is worriness, shyness, nervousness, anxiety, and stress. All of these are emotional obstacles which often arises from material hurdles. And sometimes, these obstacles are self-born feelings inside us. And the only way to diminish these feelings is to conquer it. Walk on your path, even if you live for a day. You are given this life because you are strong enough to live it. Now let me ask a question. Are you willing to take off the mask of inauthenticity and show proudly the scars of imperfection? Are you? If you are, believe it, you have courage. Now I would like to end my speech with these enchanting poetic verse. We are the stars wrapped in the skin. The light you have been seeking has always been within. Thank you so much. God bless Pakistan.
I would like to call Zainab. She's absent. Okay. Now I would like to invite Amil Shuja to deliver her speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning and Assalamu alaikum to all the esteemed judges, honorable chief guests, respected teachers, and my dear fellows. Today, I would like to share and express my views on a quote by Rumi. If you want the moon, don't hide from the night. If you want a rose, don't run away from the thorns. If you want success, don't ignore the failure. Moment, in fact, they take the moment and make it perfect. Life is a balance of holding on and letting go.
life and leadership is a fine art of knowing when to hold on and when to let go. Dear audience, this quote sheds light on the fact that no great things come without a price. We can find various examples regarding this from the life of our Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. His whole journey of promulgation of Islam, his visit to Taif, his migration to Medina Munawwara shows that everything comes with a price. You can never gain something if you do not sacrifice. For him, holding on religion was just like a burning coal, but he never gave up. Dear audience, life is a challenge. Life will be challenging. Life will be many times painful. The more one tries to avoid it, deny it, the more pain life will inevitably throw one's way. No one learns to walk without falling down and messing up with a bruise. Making a big change in life is pretty scary. But regret, yes, regret is even scarier. The choice is yours. Dear audience, healing is possible. What is a way of healing? Basically, self-confidence, persistence, strong determination, integrity, and continuous efforts are the keys to success. If you fall behind, run faster. Never give up nor surrender, and rise up against the odds. Dear fellows, nights are not opposite of success, but a part of success. So turn pain into power and conquer your goals. Dear fellows, you are going to go through tough times. That's life. That's life. But I say nothing happens to you. It happens for you to see positive in the negative events. Dear audience, success is a journey, not a destination. You are here to do best in life, and then you will surely be admirable. As Mother Teresa once quoted, "Life is luck, make it. Life is a beauty, admire it. Life is an opportunity, benefit from it. Life is a struggle, accept it. Life is a challenge, meet it. Life is a song, sing it. Life is a promise, fulfill it. Life is an adventure, dare it. In fact, life is very precious. Don't destroy it. Life is everything, fight for it." The 3 C's in your life: choice, chance, change. You must make the choice. You must make the choice to take the chance if you want anything in life to change. Dear fellows, I would like to conclude my speech on the following words. If you want the rainbow, you have to put up with the rain. Difficult roads, yes, dear fellows, always lead to a beautiful destination. So never give up nor surrender. Dear fellows, the best stories of success often begin with failures. And these failures give a new way towards the moon. I would like to end my speech on the beautiful words: trying is better than crying. Trying is better than crying. Thank you.
Well done. I would like to invite Zaimal Jabbar. He's absent. I'm so sorry, bete. Yeah, she's here.
In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and the most merciful. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. This is me, Zaimal Jabbar. Out of all feelings in the world, which one do you think is more charming? Succeeding or being scared? Definitely succeeding, right? So what is success? And why is everyone running after it? Mr. President, let the audience know that every seed that sprouts, every flower that blossoms, every wave that glides, every star that twinkles, every dawn that breaks, every snow that falls, and every rain that rains pronounces highly and announces loudly that if you want the moon, do not hide from the night. Mr. President, the establishment of Pakistan, the poetry of Allama Iqbal, the struggle of our forefathers, the positive politics of Jinnah, the efforts of Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, and the sacrifices made by the children, men, and women proclaims that if you want the moon, do not hide from the night. Mr. President, from the drama of firstborn on the screen of creation of mankind to the interesting guilt of creation of universe, from asking the angels to bow before Adam to appointing them as a caretaker on him, from making men the in charge of heaven to appointing them as a deputy on earth, from evolution and progression of mankind to the progression and evolution of mankind to the exploration and investigation of space and seas, from the victims of Karbala to the victory of Badr, every commandment of kun fayakun, every incident in the history and every particle in the universe claims that if you want the moon, do not hide from the night. Mr. President, what happens when a man hides from the night? History says that whenever a man hides from the night, then happen ultimate devastation, market and economic failure, the downfall of Persian Empire, the war that killed millions, the decline of great Roman Mughal Empire and Ottoman era, the famine of Egypt, the Black Death in England, and the wildfire in the world. I can understand the challenging circumstances. I can feel the fear of failure. I can feel the hardship faced to fall upon the thorns of life. I cry, Mr. President, today I see people striving and still failing. My youth is failing, my younger, my elders. But I only see the failure where the fear lies. Mr. President, is it not the irony of nature that from the very start they arose an objection on the creation of mankind, then Saturn refused to bow before Adam, then Adam was sent down on the earth, he had to bow before the idols of thousands of kind, his family failed to live together, some failed to feed others, some failed to tolerate others, and rest failed to remember the Creator. But when I realized my wish of the moon and the faith I had, I became Moses and stood against Pharaoh. I became Ali and conquered Khyber. I became Galileo, I became Archimedes, I became Einstein, I became Rumi and Razi, I became Karni, Sadi and Shirazi. I aimed for the moon and became Columbus, Newton, Graham Bell, Darwin. I became Martin Luther, I became Jinnah, I became Iqbal because I believe. It is neither the circumstances nor the material thing that decides, but it is our determination that chooses whether to shoot for the moon or hide from the night. Mind has its own place, and in itself can make a triumph of terror or a terror of triumph. Mr. President, as long as people will continue to defeat their yesterday, the world will be recalled and be amazed by the work of scientists, the dark nights will be dawned by the sun of determination, and the fear will be overcome by hope, and the words, Innamal usri yusra, will be held higher. I will continue to believe and proclaim that if you want the moon, do not hide from the night. Thank you.
Very well done. Now I would like to invite Saad Akbar to present and request Maheen Habib to queue up for her turn, please. Maheen Akbar.
If you want the moon, don't hide from the night. If you want the rose, don't run from the thorns. If you want love, don't hide from yourself.
Isn't it mesmerizing? This collection of words uttered by Rumi defines a human psyche. Humans have evolved in such a manner that they now believe that ease or peace of mind is true depiction of prosperity and happiness. Mr. President, I apologize for providing the spoiler, but adversity is the opposite of prosperity only in English language. In reality, adversity is the necessary fuel of prosperity engine. We were living happily in caves with our wild brothers and sisters, satisfying our starvation by the uncooked meat of an animal. Why had we left that life behind and restricted ourselves to mere cubicles where we waited all week for a day off? We were living a normal life under an autonomous dictatorship, paying taxes and honor to a single human being, writing long poems in his name and getting praise and recognition from that so-called king. Why did we choose to start a revolution and lost millions of lives for human rights and for a system governed by the people? We were writing love letters to each other for centuries and then waited months for the romantic replies. Why does we choose to destroy our health and our nights in process of obtaining a device that made our world a global village? We were living in cities where fire was used as a source of light and warmness. Why do Thomas Edison waste his energy in performing thousands of experiments to light up this world from the bulb? Is this world not enough for us humans to live? Why do NASA and SpaceX waste large bulk of their country economy on exploring space and beyond? To answer all these is simple. Here I am speaking idiomatically and practically. We did all this to reach the moon, but first enjoyed the night that brought it. Mr. President, I'm not here to bash counter arguments on my opponent. Instead, I am here to start an argument. Nevertheless, a healthy argument is what clears the air. Exalted Sir, as a typical speech writer, I too opened the books of history for some insight, and what I found was that our past is full of people that live the darkest hour of night for bestowing a full moon of light for others. However, with time, this splendid moon will be a beautiful round ball for some and a scared, blemished satellite for others. Professor Albert Einstein bended time and space with his theory of relativity and leaped humanity into a non-Newton physics era. All this was done by a 26-year-old boy when the world was at war and condemner of Newton was a sinister. This moon, I repeat, this moon was a source of light in discovery of gravitational waves as well as basic ingredient for our destructive weapon. A great, well-educated lawyer of combined India, well known for his intellectual decisions and elegant style, left his life behind and started struggle for the separate country for minority of India. This legend is known as Muhammad Ali Jinnah. He kept his political struggle on display, but his feeble health behind the curtains. The leader sacrificed his health and his elite life for an independent country, which he served as Governor General for almost 13 months. This same country became the first Muslim atomic power and has privilege of first Muslim female Prime Minister. Ironically, this same country that was founded on pure political struggle with least bloodshed faced 3 martial laws with the longest tenure. This same country that was once ruled by the Governor General with ₹1 salary has politicians in top billionaires list. Mr. President, speeches have been source of revolution, so within the limited time of span, I was able to prove you that attaining a bright full moon after a dark night is blessing. But to value the moon to its true nation is the real test. Otherwise, it is just an endless loop of darkness. Thank you.
I welcome Ms. Fatma Tahir, Director, Registration and Sport. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here. Now, I would like to call Maheen Habib to deliver her speech and request Haya Amjad to queue up for her turn.
Regardless of whoever you are in this world, life is full of challenges. Whatever your goals or dreams, you are bound to encounter the obstacles before hitting the target. In the name of Allah, the Merciful, the Gracious. Assalamu alaikum. This is Maheen, and I would like to draw your attention towards dealing with different circumstances in life. Another source of greatness is difficulty. In fact, the obstacles are the challenges which makes a better version of us. It requires a key that can be obtained by anyone in this world who has passion, motivation, and hard work. Einstein was a successful failure. He couldn't speak until he was 9 years old, and he was expelled from his school, but he didn't hide from all those nights and proved himself as a renowned gem in the ocean of sciences. The greatest barrier to success is the fear of failure. Talking about the moon, it is many kilometers away from us, but astronauts still accomplish to step on it. Despite the darkness, nothing is beyond our reach. As it is quoted, success is to be measured by the position one has reached, by the obstacle he has overcome. Success doesn't arrive in one day. Success commands hard work and persistence. Success doesn't come overnight. It needs hard work. And the person who doesn't do hard work and give in at the unwanted circumstances will not be able to achieve the glory in life. Taking the example of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, he came down the hill running with heart beating, trembling with fear, until he came to his wife and said, "Cover me, cover me." It was then said to him, "Oh, you rise and warn." Who was he? He was an orphan. Who was he? He was a shepherd. Who was he? He was our Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. Our leader, none like him, who changed the course of history through bravery, resilience, and courage. Yes, he was stoned until he bled. Yes, he was starved, thrown garbage at, called by names like a madman, a poet, a magician. But he didn't hide from all those nights and made Islam triumphant to all the world. Success needs no excuse, but if we make excuses, we are lying to ourselves, not the success. Thank you.
Now, moving towards the second last participant for SAC, I would like to call Haya Amjad to share her thoughts.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Inna laysa lil insani illa ma sa'a. There is nothing for man except what he strives for. Mr. President, respected teachers, and my attendees, this verse is the secret of the success of humankind. Without struggle and hard work, no one can achieve success. Believing on luck and sitting idle will not bring success. Sir Agha Khan III said, "Struggle is the meaning of life. Struggle is the meaning of life. Defeat or victory is in the hands of Allah. But struggle itself is man's duty and should be his joy." Mr. President, today the topic we are discussing about is not just a saying or a couplet of Rumi. It is a lesson for life. It's guideline to succeed. It's an advice for all who wish to succeed. It's a Magna Carta we all wish to sign. Strive and achieve. Hard work and succeed. Suffer and bear pain to reach your goals. Mr. President, to desire, to long for, to aim, to set goals, to have wishes, to set targets, to have dreams, to have aspirations and goals. Having ambitions, all this is humankind. Mr. President, to achieve all this require a special effort from an individual, continuous attempts to reach your goals, relentless work to gain the desired results. And when he achieves it, it's extraordinary and special, not just humane. Mr. President, Rumi talks of a moon here, which takes me to the journey in history. About a moon, our ancestors wished for a moon of liberty, freedom, and independence. Our own moon, the Pakistan, everyone must remember that Pakistan was created with immense human sacrifices. For more than 15 million people were uprooted, and between 1 and 2 million were dead. Our elders sacrificed their children, sons, women, daughters. Peace shed the blood of innocence. The youth embraced martyrdom and rejected wealth. All they have, that is why now the moon of Pakistan is shining. Mr. President, Robert Oppenheimer, the father of atomic bomb, said after the Hiroshima bombing, "Now I'm become death, the destroyer of the world." And to counter this, Mr. President, the Japanese said, "If you do not enter the tiger's cave, you will not catch its cub." Mr. President, the Holy Prophet always insisted upon working hard. And he is reported to have said, "The one who works is the friend of Allah." Mr. President, I would like to end my speech with this beautiful verse. Rahmatullahi inna Allah yaghfiru dhunubi jami'an innahu al-ghafurur rahim. Says, "O those who have transgressed against themselves, do not despair of the mercy of Allah. Indeed, Allah forgives sins all. Indeed, He is the oft forgiving, is the most merciful." Thanks for your patience. Thank you all.
I welcome Dr. Saima Shahzad. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here. Thank you for your precious time. Now, moving towards the last participant, I would like to call Waqar Iqbal.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of Allah Almighty, the most beneficent and the most merciful. My Honorable President, respected teachers, and my dear fellow students, Assalamu alaikum. Mr. President, sir, my today's topic is, if you want the moon, don't hide from the night. If you want rose, don't run from the thorns. If you want love, don't hide from yourself. Your Excellency, sirs, in this famous quote, Maulana Jalaluddin Rumi explained that if a person is in the search of moon, then he needs to find it night, because the moon is visible at night only. Similarly, if a person wants a rose, then he should be ready for the thorns too, because they are the part of rose's life. Running from the thorns all night will not solve our purpose. The main reason for the human problem is that he is finding things in the wrong place, and he does not want to face the dark side associated with the things he wants. Mr. President, sir, there is a wise saying, no pain, no palm, no thorn, no throne, no gall, no glory, no cross, no crown. There is no joy without pain, as there is no rose without. There is no joy without pain, as there is no rose without tone, the statement brings out the importance of pain, difficulties, and troubles in life. Shakespeare also reports a same fact when he says, "Sweet are the uses of adversity." Mr. President, sir, first of all, things are well appreciated in this world by contrast. We can have no consciousness of light if there is no darkness. We can't appreciate virtue if evil is absent from the sin. Similarly, as the case with pain. Happiness loses its value when it attended without much pain. Life would lose all charms if troubles and hardship are not being there. Mr. President, sir, secondly, difficulties and trouble sit a challenge to us. It is the pain, hardship, and ideal date our main gain experience. Our hidden qualities are brought into play. Mr. President, sir, all achievements, inventions, medicine, and comforts of life are because of pain and perseverance. With courage and strong determination, a man of mediocre power had great things. Mr. President, sir, if we strive with a will, success will surely be ours. A man who perseveres is not baffled by opposition and goes on and wins at the end. We must try to face danger and difficulties and overcome them. Flying away from them is not a happiness. Mr. President, sir, finally, I could like to end my speech with Sadi's quotation about perseverance. Whatever work you greet of, whatever work you greet of your line spell, perseveres and thorns will turn into flower. Bundle of things, wassalam.
Thank you. It is being here now is important. There is no past, there is no future. With the kind permission of worthy jury and director, I would like to continue with HSSE. The next participant I would like to invite is Anika Aftab.
Life is a symphony, and the action of every person in this life is the playing of his particular part in the music. Hazrat Inayat Khan, Honorable President, respectable guests, and my dear fellows, Assalamu Alaikum. According to Wordsworth's state of mind, oft when on my couch I lie, in vacant and in pensive mood, a question flashes on my mind. Do we live in the present? Or do we live for the future despite living in the present? The paradox, living in the present, and at the same time, not living in the present, further entangles my complex web of thought. The audience, the dialogue in my mind seems to tilt towards a dictum. A bird in hands is worth two in the bush. The audience, I may not be mistaken as an Epicurean whose sole purpose is to eat, drink, and be merry. Rather, I'd prefer to be called a philanthropist, living in the present time and serving the humanity. Honorable President, present is the name of the stage where we display and exercise our potentials. Present is a canvas where colors of the past shine with new planning and where the shades of the future can be seen in full bloom. Present is the skyscraper on the foot of the past and a message for coming days. The life and the concrete time is present. The current and blood of the time flows in the veins of the era called the present. The fact and the reality that is authentic, beautiful, and can be felt. is the present. Dear audience, my discursive proposition of making the present time a lively and livable experience rests on the bitter realities surrounding us. The foremost evidence are those people who work from cock crow until the chicken go to roost. They mar their present at the cost of their future. But who guarantees? Who guarantees that they'll live to see that future? Or that they will be alive, kicking to enjoy what they have gained? People like Sir Philip Sidney, Keats, Arfa Karim, Henrik Abel, Rosalind Franklin, and the list goes on. But they left a tremendous legacy for us. Dear audience, the charms and attraction the present time offer the future does not promises. We do prepare for the future, but we should be just to our present. There are many children who are forced to work by their parents for a better future. However, the parents forget that they have ruined the present of their children. It is rightly said, it is your attitude, not aptitude, which decides your altitudes. Mr. President, you would agree that a moment of time in hands is better than the utopian golden centuries of the past, and as well as the panorama of the hopeful days of the future yet to come. Present is the name of courage, commitment, determination, and action. Past is the name of gone present, and future, it is the present yet to come. The audience past may be linked with regrets, disappointments, or few missed attempts. On the other hand, future, it is built upon hopes and apprehensions. But now let's check the ingredients of present. It is action-oriented. It motivates us to generate energy from the spur of the moment. It is the unit of time where past and future meet. All inventions, creations, and discoveries are registered in the present. The audience present sets a roadmap for past, yet today's experiences will be the stories of your past. A fantastic present determines a glorious history. The audience, there are two philosophies of life. One emphasizes us on our present, while the other proposes that the more you suffer in this world, the more you are rewarded in the hereafter, where Islam urges its followers to be content on what you have, to live each day as if it was your last. The audience, I would like to wrap up my plethora of argument into a very precise quote by Dr. Abdul Kalam Azad. He says, time is like a river. You cannot touch the same water twice because the flow that has passed once will never pass again. So enjoy every moment of your life. I thank you all.
The next participant I would like to call is Aisha Bibi and request Umayma Shahzad to queue up for her turn.
Learn from yesterday, live for today, and hope for tomorrow. The topic under discussion is quite challenging, as it is letting me think that neither am I to become a blamer nor a dreamer, because whenever I look back at my past, I do nothing but blame myself, and whenever I look at my future, I will be just dreaming of the fantasies which are not in my hands. So my dear fellow citizens, the topic here is making me persuade on to think that today is the only life, today is the only time, and today is the only opportunity which is going to make my tomorrow, upcoming yesterday, and obviously my present better. Now, what an interesting fact it is that human heart beats approximately 4,000 times per hour. And what's even more interesting is that each pulse, each throb, each palpitation is a trophy engraved with words. You are still alive. You are still alive. So act like it. My dear fellow citizens, all you need is within you right here. All you need is this very moment right now to be aware of miracles thriving to come into shape that are around you and indeed a part of you. My dear fellow citizens, ask yourselves, will I be something? Am I something? And the answer will always come from within. You already are. You always were. And you still have time to be. My dear fellow citizens, all the unhappiness is formed when we take our being away from the present moment. There can be no hardest thing but to live completely in the present moment without letting it to be tainted out of stress, disappointment, and anger, anxiety, and worry of the future. My dear fellow citizens, here is the point to ponder. Why do we cling to what we lose while we ignore what we still hold? Why to limit ourselves to the regrets of the past and the worry of the future, whereas the energy bestowed in us is for our present? My dear fellow citizens, most of us seem to be always searching for some better place, some better moment in the future, and that moment never comes. And even if it comes, we still want more and more. And in the end, we stay dissatisfied, blaming the time to be cruel and unforgiving. But remember, time is relentless, patient, and confident, not cruel. It's not that the time changes. It's you and I who undergoes change. My dear fellow citizens, when we stop and appreciate everything in this moment, everything most taken for granted, like the life in our bodies, like the wonders of our senses, like the wonders of the universe, like the sun, the rain, the air you breathe in right now. Live it, feel it, and cling to it. Be actually aware of all the things you've always taken for granted. In the words of Christian D. Larson, believe in yourself and all that you are. Know that there is something inside you which is greater than any obstacle. My dear fellow citizens, think, if we're living in a continuous cycle, what motivates us? What keeps us going? Is it not our dreams that keeps us going? So dream as if you will live forever, and live as if you will die today, and we die each day, every time when we decide not to live for ourselves. What if the cave you fear to enter holds the treasure you seek? What if things get better after that? So live consciously, purposefully, and responsibly. The rest of your life is being shaped on the choices you make and the person you decide to be. The rest of your life is a long journey ahead. The rest of your life starts now. Do what you want to do. Be what you want to be, because you have only one life and only one chance to do all the things you want to do. So my dear fellow citizens, what will you do next time you get an opportunity? Grasp it or just let it go? It's your choice, completely your choice. But remember, there is no time like present. And what if tomorrow never comes? Thank you all.
Well done. Now, I would like to call Umama Shahzad to deliver her speech and request Pakiza to queue up for her turn.
Time and the bell have buried the day. The black cloud carries the sun away. Will the sunflower turn to us? Will the clematis stray down, bend to us? Tendril and spray, clutch and cling. Past is dead. It does not exist. It's a memory, a lesson, an experience. Future? Future does not exist. It's an expectation, an assumption, a guess. No one knows how it's going to unfold itself and fail all your predictions and expectations. But, Mr. President, present is the current moment where you are actually alive, seeing and feeling the world doing deeds. And this is the topic of my speech today. There is no time like the present. When the sun rises, it makes a universal declaration, which is loud and clear. People of this world, whatever you have to do, you have to proceed with it today. I may or may not rise tomorrow. We often hear people around us regretting what they could have done. A lot of people say, one day you're gonna do this, one day you're gonna do that, one day this will happen, one day that will happen. Mr. President, my question is, when is that finally going to happen? We need to rethink this again and again. We always see ourselves pushing away things onto the future. But do we ever wonder if we will ever make it to that moment? No, Mr. President, no. A life that is lived moment by moment, has no remorse, no regrets, no disappointments, no sorrows, no griefs of the past, no fears of the future. So seize the moment and live to its full potential. If you do that, trust me, if you do that, when tomorrow comes, you will happily look back on your yesterday, which is right now, this moment. Mr. President, our Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, the kind, the just, the honest, the patient, the transformer, continued to promote his divine mission and completed his sacred mission in just 23 years. He didn't waste time. In fact, Your Honor, he saved time. Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, Qaid didn't assume he has tomorrow. He did not question what his decisions were going to look like after a couple of years. He trusted himself and went on with the motto of partition. Just imagine if he had not taken that initiative. Would I be standing here right now, independently, freely delivering my speech? No, Mr. President, no, that would not be the case here. Tariq bin Ziyad, Tariq's decision to burn his boats planned out, conquered Spain, established a kingdom that lasted nearly a millennium. It was his decision at that very moment which led him to a victory of a history. Now, why isn't everyone in this world successful? Why? The answer lies in the harsh reality that we do not live in our present and end up losing a lot of opportunities. Mr. President, Alexander the Great created an empire that spanned over 3 continents, covered around 2 million square miles. What made Alexander such a great person? What made Alexander such a great leader? Well, he possessed a priceless ability to identify a key moment in a battle and to ensure his victory at that very moment. Your Honor, he lived in his present, valued time, and is still remembered by all of us. Now, the world-famous personalities like Abraham Lincoln, Martin Luther, Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton, Nelson Mandela, they are still recognized for their glorious success. Why? Because they chose to live in their present and forgot about their dead past. Mr. President, present is peace, future is anxiety, present is a reality, future is a dream. Present or future, it's your choice. Thank you.
I would like to call Pakiza to share her views and request Shamsul Zor to come on the stage to queue up for the next turn. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. There is no time like the present, tomorrow's far away. And what our hands may find to do, God bids us to do today. Be ready in the golden now to do a helpful deed. And never let the chance go by to meet a sister's deed. Don't wait until another time, for she who waits may lose the grandest chance of all her life. It's not ours to choose. Respected President, worthy judges, honorable teachers, and my friends on the dais and off the dais, Assalamu alaikum. I'm Pakiza with the golden chance to speak on the topic narrated by Kingsley Glass. There is no time like the present. My friends, past event haunt all of us and the future waits heavy. Our whats, ifs, maybes not good enough paralyze us and prevent us from enjoying what we have right in front of us. The beauty of a sunset accolades for a successful project, the smell of freshly baked bread, and a good friend. We accept our past as who we are, and yet we would like to break out of that mold and truly enjoy our life for what it is. In the words of Matt Morris, let go of the past and stop worrying about the future. Respected President, we want to be valued as human beings. For many of you, our discontent comes from believing deep inside that we are not. Here the question arises, what does any of this have to do with the present moment awareness? The answer is everything. Really?
being present in the moment, you have the opportunity to see beyond what your fears and insecurities tell you and open yourself to a nearly limitless area of new choices. In learning how to live in the present, you discover how to set aside emotional baggage from the past and worries about the future, in order to appreciate the opportunities which you have available to you right here and right now. Dear audience, today is your best day because you are here. God has placed you in this moment time for a purpose, and all things that happen to you today will be an unfolding of that purpose. Whatever happened to you yesterday, however easy or difficult, was used by God to prepare you for what He has for you today. God will use it, what happens today, to prepare you for what He has for you in the future days. My friends, yesterday is a dream and tomorrow is a vision, said by the famous writer Dale Carnegie. In the words of Balthasar Gracian, all that really belongs to you is time. Even he who has nothing else has that. Respected President, the only time to take step towards the changes is right now. Even if they're baby steps, start today. Living for the present means embracing the now, not letting worries or troubles of time to come cloud your happiness. It means liberation, the freedom of fear for one sort or another, whether if it is the fear of commitment of not fulfilling others' expectations, and if it is the simply fear of unknown. My friends, if you have a hankering for something, do it now. If you have a dream for your life, take a step towards it. If you love someone, tell them. If you are not feeling emotionally fit, change your focus. If you are enjoying your life, keep doing more of the same. Your point of power is in the present. Your time to act is now. Your time to shine is this moment. No more waiting. There is no time like the present. Happy the man, happy he alone. He who can call today his own. He who can secure within can say, tomorrow do thy worst, for I have lived today. Thank you so much. Thanks for your patience.
Now I would like to call Shamsul Zohar to deliver her speech and request Vaishama Sohail to queue up for her turn, please.
Past and future are the real illusions that they exist in the present. Present is what there is and all there is. Ladies and gentlemen, today the present time is a gift for you, and it is your responsibility to receive it with gratitude and make it a perfect day. The fact that we are well aware of the significance of time, yet fail to benefit it to the maximum. There is no time like the present. This proverb was discovered way back in 1562, but I heard it when I was just 14. What actually happened was, I wrote my novel for the very first time. Unluckily, the pages got washed away. I was not ready to write it for the second time, because there was this feeling of heartbreak, this feeling of disappointment that all my efforts, they are gone. They are just washed away. And somewhere deep down, I was afraid to face the same feeling of disappointment again. Meanwhile, my mother came to me and she told me, "Daughter, it's now or never, because there is no time like the present." So I not only heard this proverb, but I implemented on it. If I wouldn't have wrote my novel for the second time at that present moment, it would have never got published and I would have never been recognized as one of the youngest authors. So it's me, Shamsul Zohar, recognized as one of the youngest authors of Pakistan today. Alhamdulillah. J. Asher once said, "All you have is now." The most wonderful thing about present time is that it is in your control. Whether you can use it for generous purpose or you can just waste it. Life is always changing, but why it changes, how it changes, what are the big and the small aspects, they are decided by us
and us only. Fernando Pessoa once said, "I always live in the present. The future, I can't know. The past, I no longer have." Respected jury, I'm not going to highlight examples of famous personalities from the past because my fellow competitors here are going to do that anyways. I want you to look at yourselves, your younger reflections. Remember that time when you were struggling for your present time accurately? That is why today you are at this honorable positions where many of us desire to be. Make now the primary focus of your life. What's gone is gone. It can't come back, can it? But your point of power, ladies and gentlemen, your point of power lies in this present moment. This now, N-O-W now, it's a three-letter word, but it has an impact on your life, So my dear fellows, if you have a hankering for something, do it now. If you love someone, tell them, confess to them now. If you have done something requiring forgiveness, ask for it now. Your time to act is now. Your time to shine is this moment. So ladies and gentlemen, spread your wings as much as you can so you will get the idea of how high and far you can fly. Better late than never should be the basic of one's life. I repeat, it should be the basic of one's life. Trust no future, however pleasant. Let the dead past bury its dead. Act in the living present, heart within and God overhead. Jazakillah.
Thank you. Now I would like to call Washma Sohail to present her speech and request Varisha Ali to queue up, please.
If you feel anxiety and depression, you're not in the present. You're either anxiously projecting the future or you're depressed and stuck in the past. The only thing that you can control over is the present moment, the moment in which we live, the present time instantly. In the name of Allah Almighty, the Benevolent and the Merciful. Assalamu alaikum. This is me, Washma Sohail, and I would like to draw your attention towards the immediate present. There's no time like present. There's no time like present. Do you ever wonder why we experience time moving in only one direction? From the past to the present and on to future. The answer to this great question is, the great minds of different nations and centuries have been wondering that how time flows and figuring out a better way to use it for our own benefit. The key to success is the constant effort to redirect our thoughts to right now, the present moment. There's no time like present. This aphorism was first recorded in 1562 and it remains true. John Schrossler, a compiler of proverbs, further noted, "There's no time like present. There's no time like present. 1,000 unforeseen circumstances may interrupt you at a future time." A centering prayer, a centering principle of centering prayers, mindfulness, meditation, and centering prayer is focusing on the present moment. As John Updike says, suspect each moment, for it is a thief tiptoeing away with more than it brings. People have always been considering time as a relentless force and a cruel force, as a robber and a killer, and it looks like a depressive and a poetic phrase, and the realization that it's not able to control the course of time is even more sad. The time of action is now. It's never too late to do something. Returning to the present moment can start off as a challenging task, but over the time, it becomes easier and easier. To feel, seek, play peace, bless, and security. Now, the present moment is able to provide you all of this. Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery. Today is a gift. That's why it's called present. In the present moment, we have the opportunity to rethink, repave, and rewire our path. People who give great values to time are the most successful people in their lives. But the people who don't give and miss the opportunities of time are never successful, because time and tide wait for none. Time once lost can never be regained. Today, I'm telling you people that Leo Tolstoy, a greatest humanist, generally elaborated that. Believe me, there's nothing stronger than these two, patience and time. They'll do it all. Time, poetically depicted as a relentless force, scientifically explained as a fourth dimension, and practically seen as a valuable and a limited resource. This is the biggest riddle of the universe. Now, I would like to sum up in these words. Time is free, but it's priceless. You can't own it, but you can have it. You can't keep it, but you can spend it. But once you've lost it, you'll never get it back. Thank you so much.
Now, I would like to call Varisha Ali to... Varisha Ali. She's absent. Now I would like to call Abira to share her thoughts.
Respected jury members, distinguished speakers, eminent guests, and the leaders of tomorrow, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. A famous poetess, Enid Twine, in her poem, Today says, and I quote, "Tomorrow, what does it matter? Today, that is here. To lend or to spend for my purpose, all without hindrance or tear. Today only matters, tomorrow's a dream and a fear. Tomorrow, I never shall own it. Today, that is mine. What if I take it and make it to something divine? So shall I never fear sorrow? Dear time, if you go soon or stay, so shall I fear no tomorrow and gratefully live each today." Respected audience, I want to ask all of you, why do we always compromise today for a better tomorrow? We live in the present, thinking of the past and the future. We live in a culture that de-emphasizes now. It is a disease of a culture. We always think of future, we plan for the future, and always wait for the future to come. But it never comes. A man who conditions himself to sacrifice his life is praised by the society, forgetting the fact that he never lived. Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery. But today is a gift. That's why we call it a present. It is not easy to forget about the past. We cannot avoid thinking of future. What can we do then? We can manage our past and future in a present. Let's see how. Why do we remember our past? It may be because of some happy moments in our life, or it can be due to some bitter experiences we had. Can we change the past? No. Then what? Future is always managed through the bright actions, the actions we take in the present. As Eckhart Tolle says, and I quote, "The power for creating a better future is contained in the present moment. You create a good future by creating a good present." I live in the now, and I believe that the only time worth living for is the present. Now, that doesn't mean I disagree with my future, but it simply means that the only thing guaranteed is this moment, this one right now, and this one again. I have found that whenever I can let my worry go, the quality of life skyrockets. There are no long-term commitment, no promises that risk being broken. I have found that whenever I can let my worry go, the quality of life skyrockets. Living in the present means embracing the now. It means liberation, the freedom from fear of one sort or another, whether the fear is of commitment, of not fulfilling others' expectation, or if it is simply the fear of unknown. A Chinese philosopher, Lao Tzu, says, and I quote, "If you are depressed, you are living in the past. If you are anxious, you are living in the present." I believe that living in the present doesn't mean about forgetting the future, but it means about I believe that living in the present doesn't mean about forgetting the future, but it means happiness and freedom from fear. That is why I believe about living in the now. Living in the present moment is the only way to tame the mind, for the mind throws us into the turmoil, thinking of the past and worrying about the future. Respected judges, there is often a delusion that the future will free you out of the past, but only the present can free you out of the past. Access the power of now. Living in the present means having an amazing life. It means truly abundant, happy life. You don't need fancy cars. You don't need millions of dollars. You don't need things. All you need is within you now. All you need is this very moment right now, this precious present moment. In the words of Buddha, and I quote, "Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present." There is no time like the present, so paint it as beautiful as you can. Before leaving the stage, I want to say, be in this moment. Stay in the present. Don't ruin your today and always hold fast to the present. Thank you.
The next participant I would like to invite is Muhammad Imad. And I request Muhammad Soban South to queue up for his turn, please.
Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Miss President, respectful judges, and my dear audience, good morning and assalamu alaikum. The subject of our discussion today is a bit unique, but positive. The topic which is given to me for today's speech is, there is no time like the present. Let me elaborate this. What is past is the past. You cannot go there. You cannot change it. You cannot relive what already happened. Past is the ocean wave that skimmed us and reverted us back. Past was a breeze that deceived our eyes and carelessly proceeded forward. Now, what is future? It's nothing but an illusion. And reaching there is uncertain, and even if you do make it to tomorrow, or next week, or next year, that moment will be the present. Now, this isn't just a bunch of new age mumbo jumbo, it's the truth. Your point of power is in the present. Your time to act is now. Your time to shine is this very moment. So no more waiting, because there is no time like the present. Never wait for the perfect time. Take the present time and make it a perfect one. You know, present is everything, because we're living in the present, breathing in the present. What we are experiencing right now is in the present. Scott Taylor said beautifully, and I quote, that live in the present and make it so beautiful that it will be worth remembering. In order to shape a better tomorrow, use your today and be the master of your future. Well, don't think about yesterday, it's gone. Let the past stay in the past. If you ever dream of winning great things, you should struggle in the present, because it's today that matters. The will to do something, the will to create one's own world, the will to live independently, the will to have an upper hand requires nothing but the focus on the present. Resources are open in the world, you just need to embrace them. Well, you don't need fancy cars, you don't need millions of dollars. In fact, you people don't need things. All you need is within you now. All you need is this very moment, right now, the precious present moment. The thing we need to have is to have a grand vision. And that vision can garner resources from everywhere. Miss President, allow me to explain this. That one of the most important points is that it isn't our future that decides my fate. It's our present that can lead us towards the success, towards the excellence, and towards the brightness, as it is the subject of my discussion, that there is no time like the present, and I must add that there is no present like me, because I will be the future. God is same, nature is same, world is same, heavens are same, even the nature's principles are same. What's left? What's missing? Is the purity of heart and sublimity of faith. As it is said by Zig Ziglar, that you don't have to be great to start, but you do have to start to be great. So start working for the best today, for a better tomorrow. Whatever you are doing now, give it your fullest attention, 100% of your presence and 10% of your soul. Treat whatever is in front of you as the most important thing in the world, because now is the most important time in your life. And one thing more. If you're depressed, it means you're living in the past. But if you're anxious, it means you're wandering in your future. But if you're at peace, it means you're living in the present. Well, this is not the end. This is not even the beginning of the end. But it is perhaps the end of the beginning. I just want to say that to make it a priority to live more in the present, because yesterday is a history. Tomorrow is a mystery. But today is gift of God. That's why we call it the present. I will leave you with this beautiful thought that love life today. Your precious gift. In your own way, your soul uplift. Thank you so much and have a nice day.
Well done. Now, I would like to invite Mohammed Soban Saud to present her speech and request Rabia Waris to queue for her turn, please.
There is no time like the present. With each second comes a new song. Every minute brings a new dream. There is no time like the present. Every instant plays a crucial part within the grand scheme. There is no time like the present. With every second, every minute, every instant, with every passing moment, it is gone. Mr. President, today I am Mohammed Soban Saud is here to utilize my present. You all are here to utilize your presence. I am here to throw light on the significance of present time. Mr. President, the things that are very close to your heart can be found again if they are lost. But present time is one of those things which when lost, it can't be retrieved again. Time is the greatest wealth that a human being has. Happiness, growth, prosperity, health, wealth are all those things that can only be achieved by the help of time. The best time to start is right now. In the words of Eckhart Tolle, realize deeply that the present moment is all you have. Make the now the primary focus of your life. Success comes from working in the present, not by thinking about the past or future. It is about living and enjoying every instant of your life. The happier moments today we celebrate with our parents, with our teachers, with our fellow ones, with our dear ones. The decisions we take today, then again these bits will not be available to us. Because time and tide waits for none. In words of Mother Teresa, yesterday has gone, tomorrow has not yet come. We have only today, let us begin. Mr. President, if we don't take the right decision at the right time, then our future generations will have to face the outcomes of our decisions. The history of great world is full of examples. Prophet, peace be upon him, Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King, Einstein, Stephen Hawking, great Alexander, Abdul Star Idi, and much more. These all were who took great and worthy decisions at the right time. They acted on their commitments in present hour because they knew that there is no time like the present. Suppose if Qaid had not took the decision of separate state for the Muslims of subcontinent, then today the situation would be very different. When you will perform your best in present hour, you will be able to touch the skies, to roar like seas, and to level with the land. Mr. President, we must know the importance of present time in our religious, social, political, and educational behaviors. As Muslims, it is obligatory on us to perform our prayers at the right time, because when existing time slips out from our hand, then time spares no one. There's a famous quote of Thich Nhat Hanh: life gives you plenty of time to do whatever you want to do if you stay in present moment. Mr. President, in the field of sports, we have unbelievable, unbeatable records. Jahangir Khan, Jansher Khan, Arshad Nadeem, Noor Dastagir Bhatt, Javed Miadad, Shoaib Akhtar, Kiran Khan, Smina Beg, Esam Al-Haq Qureshi, and many more. These all were who valued the time, who knew that there is no time like the present. They always stay focused on their critical time. But today, I am here to point out the two most important issues that are faced by Pakistani nation nowadays. The one is the devastating floods and their after effects. These floods came due to lack of time utilization. I have many questions in my mind. Why we don't pay heed on the construction of dams? Mr. President, why did we ever not set any budget for the rehabilitation and administration of our water resources? In 75 years, we have constructed only 150 dams. Mr. President, why we are lagging behind in this matter? And second one is the current economic crisis. These crises arise due to lack of timely decisions. So now it is the time to take steps, to take measures, to take actions, and to save our future generations. But now, yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery. Today is the gift of God, which is why we call it present. In fact, there is no other time period. You only have the moment that you are living in. What's past is past. What's ahead of you, you can't change it. You can only change your future by acting in your present. Your time to act is now. Your time to shine is this moment. Your time to take decision is this moment. Last but not the least, yesterday is to commemorate. tomorrow is to be shaped out of what we dream and do today. We must not delay to pave the way. Thank you for your kind attention.
Now I would like to call Rabia Waris to present her thoughts and request Muhammad Abdullah to queue up for his stand. Muhammad Abdullah.
In the name of Allah, who is the most merciful and most beneficent. Good morning and Assalamu alaikum to all present here. The topic of my today's speech is, there is no time like the present. There are many things in the world that can be found if they are lost. But present time is the only thing which, when lost once, cannot be retrieved again. Time is the biggest wealth that human beings have. Mr. President, happiness, growth, prosperity, health or wealth, time is the only thing which can give us everything we want. The best time to start anything is right now. Success comes from working in the present, not by thinking about past or future. It's about living and enjoying every moment of life. As Ida Scott Taylor said, live in present and make it so beautiful that it will be worth remembering. Mr. President, every day we wake up and sleep. We are living seconds. We will never get it back. We are breathing air. We will never take it again. There must be someone right now in the hospital begging for an opportunity, which we have. And it's only our choice to use it or lose it. We can't turn back the pins of the clocks, but we cannot stop time moving forward. It is linked to the survival of human beings. Mr. President, the present is the only time to take a chance to live better future. It is the time to execute our plans. As one said that, stop planning, start doing. Only the present can remove worries of future. Those nations who learned from their past and worked hard in their present, all of them have secured their future. We have the golden words from our beloved Prophet, peace be upon him, about the importance of things we have in present. He said, take advantage of 5 matters before 5 other matters. Your youth before you become old. Your health before you fall sick. Your wealth before you get poor. Your free time before you become preoccupied. And your life before your death. Mr. President, Satan always tries to stop us from doing good things. He tries to convince us to delay our good deeds. But for virtue, we should never delay. Whenever we think of doing something good, we must go for it at once. This is the lesson we get from our beloved Prophet and the religion he came with. Mr. President, if we look at the condition of our nation, one discussion on media is going on about the bankruptcy of a country like Sri Lanka. This is the time to take action for the progress and prosperity of our nation. If we lose present, then there will be no choice for us to become a great nation. So, Mr. President, I would like to end my speech with these poetic verses. सदा ऐश दौरा दिखाता नहीं, सदा ऐश दौरा दिखाता नहीं, गया वक्त फिर हाथ आता नहीं. And जहाने ताज़ा की अफ़कारे ताज़ा से है नमूद, जहाने ताज़ा की अफ़कारे ताज़ा से है नमूद, के संगो खिश्त से होते नहीं जहाँ पैदा. Thank you.
Now, I would like to call Muhammad Abdullah to deliver his speech.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of the beneficent Lord, the Lord of the past, the Lord of the present, and the Lord of our future. Honorable President, Reverend Professors, distinguished guests, and dear students, Assalamu alaikum. Mr. President, you'd be amazed at so many people in the world today who think things that they don't do. It takes a lot of effort to bring something from thought life into action. Maybe it's because we live in a world of procrastinators. People who have great ideas, great goals, great visions, great obstacles, and great problems. And so they sit down with their problems and they'll say, I'll do it tomorrow. And they look, and the years go by. The hair turns white and the knees get stiff, and they just thought it. That tomorrow, it never came. My dear students, so what's stopping you from doing it today? Are you too tired? You don't have enough money? You don't have enough time? You don't have enough energy? Is that what's stopping you right now? Or is it the only thing that is stopping you from doing it today is you? You are getting in your own way. Dear audience, it is time. It is time for you to take advantage of the access and the resources that you have in your country and in your community. You have a problem with your life, you have a problem with your environment, do something about it right now. Don't wait for tomorrow to come. Dear audience, Allah Almighty has blessed everyone with a gift. Each and every one of you sitting here, Allah Almighty has blessed everyone with a gift. Now, it is up to you to realize what that gift is. Now, some of you have patience. Some of you have time. Some of you have courage. Some of you have kindness. Some of you have the gift of long suffering. Whatever it is, whatever your gift is, what are you going to do with what you have? I'm not talking about how much you have. What are you going to do with what you have? And what can be a better gift than to get an opportunity? And what a tragic waste. What a tragic waste it is to have an opportunity and not use it, not maximize it, not live it to its fullest, and to assume that you have a tomorrow. The audience, the excuses. A lot of people have many excuses. All of the excuses that you're making are not valid. They're conjured up. They're fabricated. They're lies. And how do you stop the lies? You stop the lies with the truth. And the truth is, you have time. You have the courage, the knowledge, the skills, and the will, and the discipline to get it done today. The fruit of everything good in life begins with a challenge. And it's not going to come to you. It's not going to fall in your lap. It's always going to be difficult. Respected judges and dear audience, John Keats, a renowned English poet, was of the view, heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter. So let's not merely just contain ourselves on the great things. Let's go for the greater things. Let's leap for the greater things. You have to start today and repeat tomorrow. Mr. President, now you'd be surprised at the unwritten books in this room right now. The businesses that are in your head. The poems you didn't write. The books you didn't read. The interviews you didn't pursue. All of that because you just thought it, but never did it. And I will repeat that. Start today and repeat tomorrow. Thank you.
With the kind permission of worthy director, I suspend the event for the lunch break and Jummah prayer. Candidates and audience are requested to report back sharp 1:45 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back. Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of Federal Board, I would like to extend my utmost gratitude to media team. We sincerely appreciate your excellent coverage. We feel that your journalist work is the best tradition. Thank you so very much for connecting all those hearts who are not present here. Thank you so very much for recording our memories, and thank you for capturing each moment. Thank you so much, media team, once again. Now, I would like to call the next participant, Ms. Zanera Idris, to deliver her speech. Zanera.
Honorable Chief Guest and worthy audience, Assalamu alaikum. Know the true value of time. Snatch, seize, and enjoy every moment of it. No idleness, no laziness, no procrastination. Never put off till tomorrow what you can do today. Almost every one of us has got this advice, at least once in our lives. Have you ever thought what it focuses on? It emphasizes the significance of today, the present time. Such pieces of advices are used to make us realize the importance of the present time. I remember when my school teacher used to teach us, when money is gone, little is gone. But when time is gone, everything is gone. We wouldn't listen to it, would we? Thinking we have too much time, we're too young. But dear audience, time flies, and we realize this bitter reality when we are left with little. A common flaw of all students is that they do not realize the importance of time and keep delaying their tasks, scrolling Instagram, making TikToks, creating memes, and playing PUBG. All this sounds great fun. But these activities are no less than parasites or termites that eat away our precious present and ruin our future. Most things can be found if they're lost, but present time is the only thing which once lost can't be retrieved. Time is the biggest of all wealths a human being has. Time, the present time, is one of the unique gifts of nature to us. Proper and systematic utilization of time can give us everything. It is the stepping stone to success. Time and tide wait for none. There's no time like the present, and there's no present like time. Mother Teresa said, and I quote, "Yesterday is gone. Tomorrow has not yet come. We have only today. Let us begin." Unquote. All the unhappiness is formed when we take ourselves away from the present. We face anxiety, stress, and disappointment when we think about the past that is not in our control right now. We suffer anxiety or worry when we think about the future that never comes as expected. We need to stop ourselves and appreciate the present time that is in our hands. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Quran, and I quote, "The son of Adam wrongs me, for he curses time. Though I am time, in my hands is the all creation, and I cause the revolution of day and night." In this quote, it is clear that there is nothing important in this world other than time, the present time. When every task is done with more quality, punctuality, consistency, and love, there is success at all levels, the success that all of us urge for. If we can truly grasp the powerful present, there will be no worries, no problems, only happiness, miracles, and success. Utilize the present time, give your blood and sweat, for this time would never come again. I will end my speech with the famous quote by Michael Altschuler. "The bad news is, time flies. The good news is, you are the pilot. Thank you.
Now, I would like to call Muhammad Amir to come on the stage to deliver his speech and request Alize Rashid to queue up for her turn.
All praises be to Allah, who is the creator of all, the ruler of time and space and all that exists. Honorable jury, respected teachers and my fellow students, Assalamu alaikum. There is no time like the present. This single phrase has become a reason for me to stand, a reason for me to speak. A former United States president said, "I try to learn from the past, but I plan for the future by focusing exclusively on the present." That's where the fun is. That President Donald Trump, while he may perhaps be an unexpected source for such insight, it is definitely commendable to hear Donald Trump talk about the importance of time, something which many of us overlook. He has landed on a pearl of wisdom that many of us have failed to realize. And that is why he's one of the most successful businessmen in the world. Khwaja Baqi Billah, famous Sufi saint, stated that he learned the meaning of life from an ice vendor's words. The vendor was selling ice and urging his customers to buy his ice quickly, as he was incurring loss upon himself with each passing moment. If we look at this from another standpoint, we will notice that the same is the case with our lives. We waste each moment ignorantly, without focusing on why each second is important. We delve into the past, keep on worrying about our future, but completely fail to utilize the time at hand properly. Dear audience, procrastination has become a norm for almost all of us these days. We say that we will do something starting tomorrow, but tomorrow never comes. Today fades away in the sands of time and becomes yesterday. When we think that tomorrow will arrive, today arrives at your doorstep while tomorrow remains tomorrow. Dear audience, imagine if you had $86,400 each day. That's a lot of money. But you had to spend all that money in a single day. And once the next day started, you would not get the remaining of that money the next day. What would you do? You would try to spend each cent until none was left before the end of the day. Even if you have 5 cents left, you would buy a chocolate. Diabetes, you wouldn't care about it. But you have 86,400 seconds in a day. We are wasting each second and not utilizing the time properly. Dear audience, some questions pop up in my mind. Why do we keep on worrying about our past? Why do we keep on delving into the future? Why can we not break free from the shackles of the past? Why can we not ignore the future? Why are we not living in the present? Why are we ignoring the gift of God that has been given to us, the present? I conclude my speech with Mother Teresa's quote. She says, "Yesterday is gone, tomorrow has not yet come, so let us begin. So let us truly begin to change for the better. Let us break free from the shackles of the past, let us close our eyes towards the future, and let us open our eyes towards the present." Thank you.
It's a humble request to the worthy audience. Please don't use mobile phone and don't make movements that might distract the speaker. Thank you. Now I would like to call Alize Rashid to deliver her speech and request Maha Waheed to queue up for her turn, please.
I'll do it tomorrow. A sentence foreseeing great sorrow. A plea for time to borrow. A promise to oneself hollow. Deceiving one in a manner so thorough. These lines make me chill to the marrow. How many times have you said or done the same? Well, I have to admit, I am guilty as charged. Honorable Chief Guest, worthy jury, and dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. The topic on which I would share my stance is based on the famous maxim, there is no time like the present.
This adage was first recorded in 1562. The idea behind it is that if you wait too long to do something, you may never get to do it. The best day is today. Therefore, an action should be done now rather than later. Yes, my lord, the chronicles of world history give millions of solid evidences that time, the present time, is a unique gift from nature to us, when lost ones can't be retrieved. This is the best time to start. So never wait for a perfect time. Rather, take the present time and make it a perfect one. My dear fellows, the Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, said, "Do good deeds in the time that you have, and take advantage of the moments of gentle breeze from the mercy of Allah." Respected sir, for many known and unknown reasons, we are putting things to future that must be done today. But my dear fellows, when there's a hill to climb, waiting doesn't make it smaller. So stop procrastinating. Stop thinking to do something later, tomorrow, eventually, someday, sometime, next week or next year. But do it now, in the present. Because postponing an action is like defeating its very purpose. I'll repent tomorrow, I'll pray tomorrow. But who promises you tomorrow? Allah says in the Holy Quran in chapter number 31, verse number 34, "No soul knows what it will earn for tomorrow." Respected audience, honestly speaking, we would not have this pure land of Pakistan if Quaid-e-Azam waited for tomorrow. Our brave but voiceless nation would have been altered on Hindu nationalism if Chaudhry Ahmad Ali didn't call for now or never. Pakistan would not have established nuclear deterrence if timely action was not taken. Moreover, the resounding victory of Pakistan Air Force on 27th Feb 2019 was also a timely action. So dear audience, all the great men, from athletes like Michael Jordan to executives like Steve Jobs, all believed in the present and worked hard to achieve success. My dear fellows, there's so much more to procrastination than just joking about it and mocking our shortfalls. It has serious consequences. Delay in medical emergency leads to medical negligence. Delay in legal redress is as having no justice. It is the very cause of academic failure, professional failure, failure to learn, to understand, to develop, to work, to excel, and to survive in general. Remember an old saying? For want of a nail, an empire was lost. Dear audience, yesterday is a dream and tomorrow is a vision, said the famous writer Dale Carnegie. People may rate you and shake you, but how strong you stand in the present is what makes you. Respected sir, as I look around today, there is an urgency in life. But how utterly unprepared people are today, both spiritually and emotionally. We human beings have enormous difficulty in focusing on the present. But how can the past and the future be haunting us when the past no longer is and the future is not yet? Dear audience, every day when you wake up, you are living seconds that you're never going to get back. You're breathing air that you will never take in again. So if you have a yearning for something, do it now. If you have a dream, go achieve it. If you love someone, tell them. If you want forgiveness, ask for it. So you get the idea? Your point of power is in the present. Your time to act is now. Your time to shine is this moment. This is the time where you have to take the decisions and to determine the quality of your future endeavors and trust to the life you live now. Your Honor, I find it imperative to embrace the present, to live in each minute, and to be aware of each second, as there is no time like the present. In C.S. Lewis' words, present is the point at which time touches eternity. Thank you.
Now, I would like to call Mahad Waheed to deliver his speech and request Lareb Habib to queue up for her turn.
Yesterday is a history. Tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift. That's why we call it present. Assalamu alaikum everyone. I have two news, a good news and a bad news. The bad news is time flies. And the good news is that you are the pilot. Time, the present time is one of the unique gifts from nature to us. Once it's lost, we can never retrieve it again. Now, it is the best time to start over. Never wait for a perfect time. Take this time and make it a perfect one. We can get everything, literally everything from time only if we use it properly. It is the stepping stone toward the success. Success comes from the utilization of time to be the master of our future and to have a better tomorrow. So today we have to use our today in correct manners. As a nation, today we are facing multiple sources of conflicts, external and internal conflicts. Our country is included in the failing state of the world. We have inherited an economy shambles compounded by misrules and corruption. We have suffered the consequences on war, on terrorism, and the list still goes on and on. But now we have to stop our complaints and this blame game. Like, who is responsible for this situation? Our political leader, Islam extremists, our neighbors? What? Please, it is high time that what we have done to our country on the individual level. My friends, regret of past and plans of future are good to learn our lesson, but our savior is only our action. If we take step forward now if we plant trees, we can save ourselves from the destruction of the global warming. You can see the destruction caused by the flood this year. You can see many people are homeless because of this flood. It's really devastating. Focus our attention on your education. Start tolerating other, abide rules, regulation on every level. My friends, time is endless when you are in pain. It flies over us, but leaves its shadow behind. Painful memories. Everyone has painful memories, right? Painful memories of yesterday must not hurdle your way. Anxieties of tomorrow must not bound you. It is now. It is this moment. It is the present time. That is a gift for you. Receive it with gratitude and make it a perfect day. Life is too short, you know. Oh, I have a story to tell you. One day, Death asked life, that why I'm so cruel? Why people hate me that much? Life replied, that you are the painful truth and I am a beautiful lie. You come so sudden that you make people beg for the time for the life. As I said, life is too short. Many tasks are waiting for us, but success depends upon right decision on right time. So, fear of risk and failure must not delay you from acting quickly towards the opportunities, towards the progress. As proverb goes, time and tide wait for none. And that's true. Time waits for no one. It's very cruel. It just passes by and it's duty. You can't tame time like a pet, like a cat, like a dog or a bird. It just passes by and it's duty. Every student should understand time waits for no one and it's duty. But now it is the duty of a person, especially a student, a valuable citizen, to value the time that he has now so that he can manage his task properly. I would like to end my topic by a quote. Never leave till tomorrow if you can do it today. Never leave till tomorrow if you can do it today, because there is no time like present. In other words, tomorrow never comes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ma'am Tahira and Ms. Shafa, for being here. Now, I would like to call Raib Habib and request Sidra Aslam to queue for her turn, please.
In the name of Allah, who is the most beneficent and the most merciful. The present moment is in my hand. The future is uncertain, so I haven't planned. Bygone days are over and closed its door. Let's live in the present, there's a lot to explore. Honorable jury and respectable audience, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. There is no time like the present. This adage was first recorded in 1562 by John Trussler, and I would declare it to be the law of life and the law of success. We only own the moment that we are living in. The past has gone, it's faded. So at this present moment, learn, grow, develop, and rectify your mistakes to wear the crown of success. The future is uncertain, unknown, so why to think about the future? The time to act positively is now. The healthiest way is to treat today as the first day of the rest of your life. To keep dwelling on the past and to keep planning for the future will spoil your now. Now, which is what you own, which is what you govern. Dear audience, our time is precious, yet we throw it away. Time is for living, not for squandering. Yet we spend too much of time crying, wishing for the things beyond our control, wanting time to change. Living example of this negligence is the hazardous climatic change, global warming, which ended up in forest fires, melting of glaciers, and floods. If we had acted upon time sanely and had worked for a pre-disaster management program, then our future would have been secure. Mr. President, on the other hand, during the COVID-19 pandemic, when we acted upon time, we ended up in defeating it. When a lot of stores were closed, we didn't mourn over. As a result, we opened new doors and came out as victors. My dear audience, time is money. Time is valuable resource. Only when we utilize the present opportunity. Why to procrastinate due to something which is so mysterious and concealed? So in my view, sane is the one who makes use of this moment, as it is the only thing which is open, transparent, and trustworthy. A student has only 3 hours of his present to reproduce his thoughts on a given sheet of a paper. He cannot wait. He cannot delay. He must avail those 3 golden hours to build his future. Similarly, in a cricket match, each team has 20 overs to win or to lose, so they have to utilize every single ball. The successful people of the world never waited for the right moment to come, because they always used their present constructively. To cry over spilt milk and to rely unnecessarily on something which is hidden is not only absurd, but it may prove disastrous. For your dreams, wake up now. If you did something wrong, ask for forgiveness now. My dear friends, time is no friend, not to me, not to you. It's greedy, snatching your youth away before you are ready, replacing it with brittle bones, with regrets. Time is always ticking, never stopping, never caring. We depend on time for solutions, wishing for it to move swiftly through the bad times and to slow down during the good. But time never stops, it never cares. As Eric Pevonage says, and I quote, "Let us time be a friendly coach, putting the enchantment of each present moment so artfully in the chosen frame of our thoughts," unquote. Dear audience, why not to return to our childhood when we used to live in the present? We had no past and no future, and we lived the present so innocently, so magically, without any hassles, without any worries. Mr. President, you get the idea. Your moment of power is the present. Your moment to shine is now. No more waitings, no more delays. There is no time like the present, as HUSAN-E-QIRAT directs us. Focus on opportunities, not the setbacks. Focus on what you can do, not what you can't. Focus on the present, not the past, not the future. Empower yourself and live your present fully. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. I would love to share a beautiful line by Emily Dixon, and she says, "Forever is composed of nows." Now, I would like to call Sidra Aslam. She's absent, sir. Now, I would like to call Ibrar Ahmed to come on the stage to deliver his speech and request Maheen Fatima to queue up for her turn.
Honorable President, respected teachers, and dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The topic of speech is, there is no time like the present. To know about the importance of present, I would like to quote a single verse of a Holy Quran and a single hadith of Prophet, peace be upon him. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in Quran, وَأَلَّيْسَ لِلْإِنسَانِ إِلَّا مَا سَعَى, that man can have nothing but what he strives for. The Prophet, peace be upon him, mentions in his hadith, وَفَرَاغَكَ قَبْلَ شُغْلِكَ وَشَبَابَكَ قَبْلَ هَرَمِكَ وَشَبَابَكَ قَبْلَ هَرَمِكَ. Make the most of 5 things before 5 others. Your life before your death. Your health before your sickness. Your spare and leisure time before becoming busy. Your wealth before your poverty. If you pay heed to the hadith, it will become evident that what we can do in the present cannot be done in the future. The more we work hard in the present, the more we will shine in the future, for our future is based on our present. Yes, Mr. President, the more we work hard in the present, the more we will shine in the future. If you look at the lives of prophets and their companions or any other historical figure, regardless of whether they are Muslims or non-Muslims, it will dawn upon us that they reached to the peak of their careers in utilizing the present. Yes, Mr. President, yesterday is a dream and tomorrow is a vision. Time, the present time, is one of the unique gifts from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to us. If it is spent, it cannot be used again. Mr. President, let me address my young fellows here. Don't worry about the problems before they come. Such a tendency will impede you from going forward. If you have a dream of winning great things, you should struggle in the present. If you have a dream of winning great things, you should struggle in the present. And let's spread our wings now, as much as we can. Only then we will have an idea of how far and how high we can fly, because the true success lies in our present efforts, as there is no time like the present. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, I would like to call Saad Farooq to deliver his speech and request Khadija Suhaib. Khadija, to queue up for her turn, please.
In the name of Allah Almighty, the most merciful and the most beneficent, Honorable President, respected judges, and my dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I have got this wonderful opportunity to express my views on the topic, there is no time like the present. Mr. President, when I got this privilege to speak on the topic, the very first thing that appeared in my mind was, would I be able to represent in an effective way? Or would I be able to get any position? This, Mr. President, this was the very first thought that came into my mind about the future that doesn't even exist now. The question that came into my mind was why? Mr. President, why are we always anxious about our future and not the present? Why don't we live in our present and enjoy its beauties? This is what that hunts the so-called modern men of our society. The audience, time is a wealth to a person. If he loses it, he loses everything. The audience, I live in now. I believe that the only time worth living is the present. Now, that doesn't mean I disregard my future, but it simply means that the only thing which is guaranteed is this moment right now. Yes, this one, the audience. Your future depends upon this present. Your career depends upon this present. Your lifestyle, your mentality, your destiny, your fate, your whole life depends upon this present time. The present time, the audience. Delusions, phobias of our sordid and fearful past, but this short visionary approaches lead us nowhere. One rock like hard verity, that one bird in hand is better than two in the bush. The audience, present is in our own very excess. We can mold, rectify, sort out, revise, and repair our past mistakes in this very present. We can better reform, harmonize, improve, and retrieve our future if we hold the tight reins of the fast-running horse of this very present. The audience, yesterday is nothing but an history. Tomorrow is a mystery, but today is always living in the dark and the black clouds of the both past and the future. The audience, one cannot do much about the past because bygone is bygone, old days are gone, the audience. But the tragic part of our individual and national character is that we all are nostalgic. The audience, if any of us present here understood the importance of the present time, he can fly high and high in the skies, touching the clouds, leaving everything behind. The audience, a common saying that, one step at a time. I think this applies to my belief extremely well. Once again, there are no long-term commitments, no promises that were being broken. It is exactly what it seemed at the face value. The audience, I believe we need to live our lives like this, making no promises, no commitments for the future, simply realizing for a second that the time being we are okay. The audience, living in the present means embracing the now, not letting worries, troubles become a cloud. It means liberation. The freedom for the fear is of commitment of not fulfilling other expectations, or it is simply the fear of unknown. That's why I believe about living in the now. Living in the present does not mean about forgetting about the future, but it simply means happiness and freedom for the fear. Value the present, the audience, since it is a God-given gift placed right in the middle of the two reservoirs, which are past and the future. Past is well known and future is unknown to us. Yet the present shapes and paves our way from the known to the unknown along a mystery road. We may grasp tightly our present with the help of our faulty past and steer safely our future vessel out of the turbulent challenge waters of the future. Thank you.
Well done. Now, I would like to call Khatija Shoaib to deliver her speech and request the second last participant of the event, Taiba Ihsan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, dear audience. Why is it that when faced with the decision of doing something or not doing it, we tend to procrastinate even in making that decision? You say you'll study for an exam tomorrow. Today you wish to rest. However, that tomorrow seemingly never comes and you manage to study this much for your exam. Well, get ready to have a sleepless night and don't bother about those dark circles. Here's what I've learned from this though.
Time either flows or goes. It's like a boat on a river that recedes further and further away from us. Or you can say, time avoids us like a plague. I have a reason to believe that only when faced with failure do people understand the true importance of time. And these are the people who either let their past mistakes affect them or make excuses of doing things in the future. Why don't they understand that the best time to do anything is now? Don't they know that to be able to be one of the stars, you have to live in the present, not the future or the past? All you who waste time every day, every hour, every minute, every second that you spend, that you live in, you will not get it back. You will not be able to experience it again because it's gone. Wayne Dyer's words ring in my head. Stop acting as if life is a rehearsal. Live this day as if it were your last. The past is over and gone. The future is not guaranteed. Imagine if people like Quaid-e-Azam, who strive day and night, can beat the odds to achieve an independent country. It's a different story that our present generation has no interest to work for its development. Or how about Muniba Mazari, the Iron Lady of Pakistan, who lost her ability to walk in an accident in 2008? Or Helen Keller, the first blind woman to receive a Bachelor of Arts degree? Ariana Huffington, rejected by 37 publishers? Steve Jobs, co-founder of the beloved Apple Incorporated, booted from his own company. Bill Gates, creator of Microsoft, watched as his first company crumbled to the ground. Oh, the irony when the mind behind the famous Disney franchise, Walt Disney, was told he was not creative enough. You know it, you love it, or don't. KFC, one of the largest food chains in the world, whose owner, Colonel Harlan Sanders, faced ruin many times before finally his business kicked off. Why am I telling you this though? It is to help you understand that only through perseverance in the present time and not giving up in the face of difficulties can help you rise among the ranks of society. Oh, such powerful words that Leo Tolstoy has said. Two of the most powerful warriors are patience and time. Dearest listeners, as much as the present time is important, you cannot just dive headfirst into calculative and dangerous situations without knowing your previous affiliations or the possible future outcomes of said task. You'd be throwing yourself into imminent disaster as well as the ocean of guilt for a lifetime. Or, as Frederick puts this concept, the future influences the present just as much as the past. Time, dearest listeners, is a treasure. Once gone, you cannot get it back, because it is a treasure that if lost, no matter how much you try to find it, you will not find it again. So if you have this dream to do something, take a step towards it. If you want to achieve something, don't be afraid to do it. If you're enjoying your life, keep doing things that make it fruitful. To end with the words of Michael Altschuler, the bad news is time flies. The good news is you're the pilot. Thank you.
You are only here now. You are only alive in this moment. Now, I would like to call the second last participant, Taiba Ehsan, and request Rubab Zainab to come on the stage for her turn, please.
Respected judges, eminent guests, and my dear friends, a very good afternoon and Assalamu alaikum. I am very happy today because I have this opportunity to participate in Federal Board speech competition. I want to speak on the remarkable topic, there is no time like the present. My dear audience, time is all we have in our lives right now. There is only one thing in our life that we cannot reacquire once it's gone. I am not talking about money. I am not talking about material items. I am talking about time. As Charles Cabell-Cotton says, and I quote, yesterday, the present time has one advantage of its hour, and it's our own. It is the concept, unique concept. It is one of the unique concepts that when we utilize correctly, it contains the success, the happiness, the growth, the prosperity, and all the things we want. But if neglected, it leaves us with very little. My dear audience, the real fact about life is that if you want to become the part of all the miracles that are around you, and indeed the part of you right now. As the Mother Teresa said, and I quote, yesterday is gone. Tomorrow is not here yet. We have only today. Let us begin. Dear audience, my question is that why do we always compromise of today for the better tomorrow, in spite the fact is that we have no, despite the fact is that we have no Dear audience, in the last I want to say that looking back is not right course to take. In doing so, it would be a big mistake. The future is not here until take care of itself. You just enjoy the present until fully concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, moving toward the last participant of competition, I would like to call Rubab Zainab.
Good afternoon and Assalamu Alaikum. My name is Rubab Zainab and the topic of my speech is, the best time is now. My dear audience, we live in the dimension of time, a dimension in which each and everything around us, even our very own existence, depends upon time. Scientifically speaking, time can be defined as the changes in events and existences that occur in an apparently irreversible succession from the past through the present into the future. Respected judges, time does not have a physical appearance, but when we look around ourselves, we observe time. When a boy grows into a teenager, a seed develops into a fruit, a season transits into another, when the earth revolves around the sun, and when one cell divides into two daughter cells, we see time. My dear audience, one thing that is very common with time is change. From the already stated examples, we can evaluate that the rate of change is directly proportional to the rate of time. We never know what change time will bring with itself, but one thing that we can assure is what we do now. We can definitely not change what has already happened, and we certainly do not know what will happen. But one thing that we can assure is what happens now. Hence, my dear audience, the best time is now. The best time to act, decide, implement, change, think, ponder, make revolutions is now. My dear audience, all those personalities who have utilized their present are seen on the golden pages of history. If Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah had not worked hard then, we would not be the independent nation that we are today. If Dr. Abdul Qadir Khan had not valued each and every moment of his present, we would not become the atomic power that we are today. If Arfa Karim had not utilized her present, then we would not have the honor of having the youngest Microsoft engineer in the world today. All these examples manifest how important it is to utilize each and every moment of our present that has been gifted to us. Respected judges, human life is a short journey from birth to death, and we only have a very limited time to live on this planet. Hence, each and every moment is of infinite worth. As according to Miles Davis, time isn't the main thing, it is the only thing. My dear audience, we being Muslims have the greatest guideline book with us, that is the Holy Quran. And when we look into it, we see that Allah Almighty has sworn upon time and shown its importance by saying, "Wal asr." Indeed, I swear upon time that man is in jeopardy except for those who work hard with great salvation. This reveals, my dear audience, that when a person starts working hard, starts living in the moment, starts living in the present, determines himself to his goal, nothing in this world can stop him from achieving what he wants. My dear audience, we cannot complain that we don't have enough time. We have the exact same number of hours per day that were given to Helen Keller, who said, "The worst thing than being blind is having vision but no sight." Yes, my dear audience, to not have the sight of how to utilize each and every moment that has been given to us is nothing but sheer foolishness. Louis Pasteur, Nelson Mandela, Quaid-e-Azam, Allama Iqbal, Albert Einstein, Mother Teresa, Martin Luther King Jr. all had the same amount of time that we have, but the difference is that they lived in their present and utilized each and every moment of their present in order to do something truly amazing for the mankind. Mother Teresa said, "Yesterday has already gone. Tomorrow has not arrived yet. All that you have is today." So let us begin. Let us begin, my dear audience, to value each and every second of our life. Let us start utilizing each and every moment of our present. Let us live in the present in order to do something extremely amazing and colorful for mankind, so that we may be able to lead a successful, systematic, and a satisfactory life. In the end, all I want to say is, the sole difference between a winner and a loser, a conqueror and a failure, is only and only time. Thank you.
थैंक यू। खुदावंद करीम के फ़ज़ल व करम से ये आज का इवेंट इख्तिताम पजीर हुआ। यूँ मेरा आना ऐसे ही है जैसे रेशम की चादर में सूत का पैबंद लगाया जाए, लेकिन मेरी हाज़री मकसूद होती है। हाज़रीन, कौम के जुरतमंद बेटों और बेटियों ने फ़रंगी ज़बान के लफ्ज़ों से ऐसे खेला जैसे इकबाल का शाहीन फ़िज़ा में अपने शिकार से खेलता है। उनके लिए जी भर के तालियां बजाएं ताकि वो याद रखें। मर्द कलंदर, सूफ़ी बासफ़ा, शायर मशरिक़ सुखैरा साहब, अल्लामा इकबाल साहब का खूबसूरत शेर, खीरा न कर सका मुझे जलवाए दानिश फ़रहंग, सुरमाए मेरी आँख का खाके मदीना व नजफ़। अब मेरी गुजारिश है डायरेक्टर रिसर्च अकेड जनाब मिर्ज़ा अली साहब से कि वो तशरीफ़ लें और शुक्रिया के अल्फाज आपकी नज़र करें। थैंक यू सर।
जी, thank you very much for making this function a successful story, and thanks the present audience. एक दफ़ा clap कर दे for all of you people. I would like to thank my chairman, Mr. Kasra Alam, for his able patronage and for the trust that he reposed in myself and my team. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And at the same time, I would like to thank my Secretary of the Federal Board, Mr. Atiq Ahmed, and his team, especially Mr. Arshad, and the other side, the people from the State Department, who have been very instrumental in the maintenance of this beautiful auditorium of the Federal Board. So, thank you very much, Secretary Saab and your team. And I would like to thank the panel of judges for the event of English as well as for the past 4 or 5 days. Those who adjudicated the events of Qirat, Naat, and Milli Naghma, and of course Urdu speeches. I would like to extend my thanks to all the judges of all the events. At the same time, I would thank the teachers and the principals. The teachers, particularly those who accompanied the students to these events. Please clap for the teachers. And I would also thank your respective heads of institutions who have been very supportive in the entire process of guiding the students, of preparing the students, and for sparing them for the event. So thank you all the principals. I would also thank the respective directorates, their heads, and their subordinate officers who have been very cooperative and very kind to cooperate in the successful conduct of this event. And I must mention here that this year, particularly, the students were very well prepared. So thanks again, all the students. And I would also extend my thanks to the officers of the Federal Board, especially those who have been persistently accompanying me on the stage and who have been very supportive in presiding over the functions. So thank you, Ma'am Shafaq and Ma'am Fatma, especially you too. I would also extend my thanks to my own team, the team of Research and Academics Department, especially Mr. Nazir Saab, sitting here. Thank you very much, Nazir Saab. Zulfikar is sitting here. Thank you very much, Zulfikar. And Ma'am Shabana is sitting. I would like to thank the team, Mr. Zulfikar, the second Zulfikar, and Farat Abbas for their extensive and exhaustive efforts. Thank you very much, my team. I would also like to extend my gratitudes to the social media team headed by Awais. Thank you very much, Awais and your team. Thank you very much. You know that this time, all the events and all the speeches and those who participated in the Qirat competition and Naat competition, all the components, all the events of this entire week, they went live on our Facebook page. You can also follow us on our Facebook page, and you can just have a second look or give a second thought to your own speeches or to your own presentations of the Qirat competitions or Naat competitions. So thank you very much, my social media team. And once again, I would like to extend my thanks to the participants of today's function. Thank you very much, and stay blessed.
Thank you, sir. I congratulate and appreciate the all participants, their parents, teachers, who have put their faith, hope, and love together and have raised a positive person in the society. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time we are going to acknowledge the talent of our position holders at SSC and HSSC level. So, to felicitate the prize of position holders, I would like to call the great personality, Director Research and Academics, Mr. Mirza Ali, Ms. Fatima, and Ma'am Shafaq to come on the stage, please. Person who scored the 3rd position at SSC level. Any guesses? Okay. The 3rd position goes to Mubashra Hussain, Imala Foundation School and Colleges, PIA Kaluni, Misriyat Road, Rawalpindi. Please appreciate her presence on this stage. She has been awarded with a certificate and cash prize of 3,000. Now,
certificate.
I announced. Now, I request you to put your hands together for the 2nd position holder, and she is Alize Ahmed, ASF Public School, Airport, Islamabad. Put your hands together, please. Now this is the time to name the pioneer, the vanguard, the 1st position holder at SSC level. Please, may I have the thunder of claps? May I have Zemal Jabbar on the stage, please, from Pochi Foundation School, Chakrala, Rawalpindi. I congratulate to those who got the position, and best of luck for those who are striving hard to achieve their goals. I request the worthy judges, please come on the stage. Now, I'm going to announce the position at inter-level. Cash prizes, 3,000 for 3rd position. 5,000, sorry? 3rd. I'm going to announce the 3rd position, Aisha Bibi from OPF Girls College, FA2, Islamabad. She's not here? I would like to call Aisha Bibi, OPF Girls College, F8, Islamabad. She scored the 3rd position at inter-level. I guess she left. Okay. Now, I request you to put your hands together for the 2nd position holder, Robab Zainab, Qatar College for Women, Islamabad. She will be awarded with a certificate and cash prize.
Co-Curricular College.
Spelling?
Co-Curricular College.
Now, this is the time to name the worker, the 1st position in SSC level. Please put your hands together. I would like to call Muhammad Imad, Imala Foundation School and Colleges, PIA Kaluni, Misriyat Road, Rawalpindi.
नाम थे ना तीनों?
जी सर।
ठीक?
जी।
अब पुराने
जी सर।
तराना
इब्राहिम साहब पीक मॉन्टेसरी उनका भी कर लीजिए।
उनके रोजाना
मॉन्टेसरी स्कूल
जी
हमेशा। थैंक्स जी।
अच्छा जी सर।
मैं इस्तदा करता हूँ वो स्टूडेंट्स जो तराने के लिए तशरीफ़ ले आए। मैं शुक्रगुज़ार हूँ इब्राहिम साहब हमारी मीडिया टीम लेगी जो ऑनलाइन जाएंगे, वो ज़रूरी है। फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड पोजीशन होल्डर राब्ते में रहें।
डायरेक्टर साहब ने मना किया।